Good evening and welcome to the City Council regular meeting for July 6, 2026. Madam City Clerk, roll call please.
Councilmember Hemming.
Present.
Councilmember Freely.
Present.
Councilmember Atkins. Councilmember Ziegler is here. She's via Zoom today. Councilmember Cummings. Present. Councilmember Mitchell.
Present.
Councilmember Caldwell. She's here. She is here. I think she just stepped out. And then Councilmember Martin Rogers. Mayor Chapman, we have a quorum.
Madam City Clerk, can you add for the record that Councilman Atkins and Councilwoman Caldwell are in attendance as well,
I already
please?
did. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So do we have anyone for the invocation tonight? Pastor Mowgli? All right. Thank you for coming tonight. After we hear the invocation, we'll stand for the pledge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council persons. Let us pray. We are blessed beyond our imagination and our comprehension and understanding, but you have given us life, and you want us to use that life to glorify you as well as help our neighbor. Bless our elected officials as they direct us and help our community to come together to glorify you. In thy name, amen.
Okay. Thank you. And tonight's Sergeant of Arms is Captain Robinson. May I have a motion to adopt the council agenda from the regular meeting on June 15th? Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. The motion passes. Approval for the city council minutes. Do we have any? Okay. Okay. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? And so do we have anyone for, no, public hearing? No? Okay, we'll move to the public comments section. All right. So the public may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. The city clerk shall make the public comment form available in the City Hall lobby prior to the start of the meeting. All speakers must complete a comment form and provide a completed comment form to the city clerk between 6 p.m. and 6:25 p.m. prior to the start of the meeting. Subject may include any subject of choice. There will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Should the speaker desire to give his or her time to another speaker, he or she may do so by notating what speaker shall receive the time on his or her comment form. Provided that the speaker is given his or her form, that he or she shall give all or part of her time up to 3 minutes to another speaker for a total of 6 minutes for speaking time. Speakers may address the council only once during the time of the agenda. Speakers may identify themselves in their address prior to speaking. Questions from the speaker may not be addressed during the public section of the agenda. East Point residents will have priority over other speakers. There will be a total of not more than 60 minutes for the public speaking session of the agenda. Speakers may only address the presiding officer. Speakers shall observe all rules and decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenities shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individuals out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing.
We have 21 public comments today. Up first, we have Ms. Yashika Clue. And sorry if I mispronounced your last name. Okay.
Good evening. Ooh, that's loud. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Yashika Clue. I'm a resident of the East Washington community. I've been a resident for 20 years, and I am formally opposing the variance that the grease company is applying for. I feel like this will be detrimental to our neighborhood. We have concerns about rodents, spills, possibly damages to our sewer lines, and it would just not be a good thing for such a close-knit residential area. Thank you.
Up next, we have Ms. Sharoni Parker.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Sharon E. I'm a resident of the community. I oppose the grease trap facility because of the environment issues and the overall quality of life, and also it will make our home value go down, and it's just not financially a good decision for the city. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And when the speakers come up, can you please state your address, please? Thank you.
Up next, we have Vaughn Hill.
Hello, everyone. I'm Van Hill. I'm the owner of the property at 1335 East Washington Avenue. And as the other two ladies said, I'm against allowing a variance for the company that will, the company that's involved in having the grease facility in East Point. The main reasons are, like the other people said, I think it's for the community. As far as the property value, it would cause a significant decrease in the value of the properties in the East Washington community as well. I'm really concerned about the odor these type of facilities produce, in addition to problems that are related to the increase in rodents and other vermin that are usually associated with grease processing facilities. But as an owner and someone who spent 2 years in renovating a house in this wonderful neighborhood, adding this facility would only create a whole lot of, would create pretty much a decrease in the value of the properties in this community. In addition, I mean, I feel that having this facility in this community really wouldn't benefit the neighborhood at all. Thank you.
Up next, we have Dr. Lauren Murray.
Hi, I'm Lauren Moret, 2106 Mulberry Street in East Point. I'm also a proud teacher at Tri-Cities High School, but my comments are that of my own and not of my employer. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I love that about our city. I respectfully ask that you deny the requested use permit and the concurrent variance for the proposed recycling and processing facility at 1577 East Taylor Avenue. Tonight's decision is about more than one property and one business. It's about whether East Point will uphold the vision it has already established for its future. The city's 2022 comprehensive plan identifies this area as part of the town center with a vision for a walkable, pedestrian-oriented district where neighborhoods, businesses, history, and culture work together. The plan also calls for transitioning away from heavy industrial uses over time in support of that vision. I struggle to understand the recommendation for approval by this other committee, whose name I'm forgetting at the moment. This request includes not only a use permit, but also a variance from the city's residential buffer requirements. If a project requires exceptions to the standards that were adopted to protect nearby residents, I believe that deserves careful consideration. The recommended conditions also give me pause, requiring additional operational plans and measures related to wastewater and other operational and environmental impacts, recognizes that these issues must be addressed. And that raises an important question overall. Is this the right location for this type of use? Our comprehensive plan and zoning ordinances were adopted to guide thoughtful growth and provide consistency for residents, businesses, and future development. They should not be set aside when a proposal does not align with the vision the city has already established. As council members, you have the responsibility to protect not only economic opportunity, but also the health and safety and quality of life and long-term future of our beloved community. I respectfully ask you to uphold the city's adopted plans, deny the requested use permit and variance, and continue moving East Point toward the future it has already envisioned. Y'all vote no, please. Thank you for your time and your service always.
Up next, we have Ms. Sharon Lovett.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sharon Lovett, 2830 DeLoe Drive. The first thing I want to talk about is all of the residents aren't notified, so it's a lack of communication in this city. You all don't want robocalls, but you don't put anything in the mail, in the bill, so the people know what's going on. I would like to thank May 28th, where Ward C did have a meeting. We have yet to have one for Ward A. Most of my neighbors don't even know who their representative is, because we shouldn't have to reach out to them. They need to reach out to us. And the next thing I want to know is, why aren't the meetings back on channel 22 for Xfinity or on Facebook? It's on YouTube. Everybody out there is not on social media. And I spoke to the director or manager of the communications department, and I informed him of all of that. And so he's informing me, and I can pass it on, but I can't tell the whole community. So that, you all need to revisit that. And as far as the budget is concerned, I have no way of printing it, and it looks like a book. But they need to stop having those events all together if you all are short on money. But I don't think the city manager he got a deputy city manager, assistant or whatever you call them, and then he wants somebody else. No, we don't need that. That's costing too much money. What are you all doing with the money that you receive? There's a lot of stuff that went on that no longer goes on now. So why are we having this issue at hand? And so, okay, I have so much, I can't say it all. And they definitely don't need to stop the training for the police officers, the firemen, and then whatever wasn't it an inclusive thing in there for us senior citizens? We need it. So, and we paid the city manager $203,000 last year. That's a lot of money. We ain't never paid nobody that. So, he don't need an increase, a car, no extra expense. And I agree with the people that spoke before me.
Up next, we have Ms. Maya Cross.
Hi, my name is Maya Cross. Okay, it's like kind of, okay, hopefully it's not too loud, you can hear me. 1397 Lyle Avenue, East Washington. Just here to say I'm against the grease trap facility. We don't really see what possible benefit it could bring to our neighborhood. We're worried about spills, fires, further contamination of the water that is in the area, the smell, the rodents, the decrease in property values, and just kind of, it's just not something we want, and we don't understand what the benefit could really be to the city. Thank you.
Up next, we have Maria Yang, and my apologies if I said your last name incorrectly.
Good evening, everyone, Mayor and council members. My name is, let me stand up straight, actually. My name is Maria Yagney. Appreciate you guys the time I have here. So I'm here to speak against and ask you guys to vote no on the grease trap facility. As many of my fellow community members have said, this is not just about one person. This is not just about one community. We are wanting not for history to be repeated. East Washington was founded as one of the oldest neighborhoods in East Point. It was already founded due to segregation and racial inequity. Making a decision to put a grease facility in this neighborhood is going to be repeating those same mistakes. I'll say more, and I'm sure others will say again. So our neighborhood in general, we deserve to be able to live in these safe living conditions. Our families should not have to worry about these potential impacts that come. It's not just about smelling bad, it's not about looking bad. There are actually health consequences that are going to come from being able to put these rodents, pests. We're already in the process of trying to revitalize this community, and this would set us back significantly. So again, I just urge you guys to please vote no. We urge you to please do what you were done when you were elected in this position to protect the people, not just in your ward, but in all of East Point. All of us are your constituents. We ask you to please do not take advantage of the trust that we as residents have put in you guys, and to please remember to vote in our best interest for all of our sakes. Thank you, guys.
Up next, we have Keith. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Keith Thien. I reside at 1760 Vesta Avenue, and I am also an officer in the Center Park Neighborhood Association. I'm urging you to vote no on the special variance and the use permit for this facility. I'm concerned about the headwaters of the Flint River, concerned about contamination into our sewer lines and our water lines. There are so many health impacts too, as far as smell, odor. And you've already committed to a set distance. I don't think they need to get a special variance and break that distance. That buffer was set in for protection of all residents. And I urge you to protect all neighborhoods, Center Park, East Washington, and East Point as a whole. Thank you.
Up next, we have Abigail Tenenbaum.
Hello, my name is Abigail Tenenbaum. I reside at 1781 Gillum Drive in East Point, and I am speaking tonight as a resident of this community. Also here in opposition of the variance for the grease recycling facility. As you've heard from a number of our other neighbors this evening, The grease processing facility is seeking to operate in an area that is currently quite close to homes, and so I'm urging the council this evening to vote no on any variance that would allow that grease processing facility to operate so close to neighbors and friends in our community. Thank you so much.
Up next, we have Mr. Jeremy Taylor.
Jeremy Taylor, 3055 Orr Drive. I'd like to make sure you're aware that last month, the Georgia State Ethics Commission met for their quarterly hearing and shared that the former council member for Ward D was found in violation of the Campaign Finance Act for failing to submit his CCDRs and has been fined $2,000. In November, he told Fox 5 Atlanta that he had raised north of $100,000 in campaign funds, but his CCDRs, which were finally made available last month, show he actually raised around $36,000. When the State Ethics Commission met last March, they shared that former council member for Ward A was found in violation of the Campaign Finance Act for failing to submit any required campaign finance documents the entire time she was in office, which was 3 terms and 4 campaigns. This council member also did not maintain a campaign depository account as required by law. She was fined $5,000 for 14 individual violations. A staff attorney with the commission called the violations, quote, on the high end of the spectrum, end quote. I'd like to call your attention to East Point Ethics Policy 2-4016, titled Financial Disclosure Statement Filing. It says financial disclosure statements shall be filed as required by state law. Speaking of ethics, I am new to the city's ethics board, and in an effort to use what little agency I have to find out what is required of me, I emailed the city attorney May 4th asking if the ethics board can meet with her to review our rules and responsibilities. I also copied the clerk's office and 3 other board members on the email. The city attorney replied in 3 minutes saying, absolutely, the code allows for this. I will defer to the city clerk for scheduling, as that office has all the contacts. We did one near the end of last year, but with new appointees, another one is in order. 2 other board members also replied to that email expressing their enthusiasm for the board to meet. A few weeks later, one attempt to schedule this meeting was made, and it was only emailed to 6 of what should be 9 members. As of this hour, a meeting with the ethics board and city attorney is not scheduled, and ethics complaints have been submitted as recently as April. I encourage all public officials to advocate for the convening of the ethics board, to review our rules and responsibilities, and that you contact your appointees to encourage their attendance and participation. Thank you for your time.
Up next, we have Patrick Sherlin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Patrick Shovlin. I live at 294 Sem Street in Center Park, and I'm here to echo the request of my neighbors that are here tonight on the denial of the special use permit and concurrence variance for the grease trap facility. I think it has been more eloquently stated than I'm capable of prior. However, there is one thing I do want to express. My understanding from previous sessions is that this organization had also began operating without a license. And while they may have sought out the appropriate documentation moving forward, my concern is for anybody in East Point that's been slow rolled or hasn't been able to execute improvements on their home or their yard or their property due to the permitting process as it stands today. It's a little frustrating to see an exception or a special consideration made for a company that had been working outside of the bounds and outside of the pre-established rules here. So in consideration of the residents of East Point, the environmental and health impacts that this affects our neighbors, and also the both the short and long-term balance of vision for East Point moving forward, I humbly request that you all vote no on this variance and permit. Thank you.
Up next, we have D. Singleton.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Deborah Singleton. I live at 3343 Harrison Road in East Point. I appreciate this opportunity to speak regarding the request for a special use permit and variance for an industrial grease recycling, processing, and storage facility on East Taylor Avenue. I purchased my home 5 years ago, knowing that nearby there was a freight rail line with trains blowing their horns at 2 a.m., logo hotels with various shenanigans, a metal recycling plant with periodic explosions, and the world's busiest airport. It would be inane for me to complain about any of these daily nuisances, knowing that it all existed when I purchased my home. However, I will put my hand up and respectfully say stop when a new business wants to operate in my neighborhood that will impact the quality of our life. That's the business that I didn't sign up for. Does a business need to exist that stores and recycles industrial grease? Absolutely. Used cooking oil can be an important ingredient for biodiesel and animal feed products. My concern is not with recycling itself, but whether this particular location is appropriate for an industrial operation that will store large volumes of grease near established residential neighborhoods. I have 3 points. My first point is regarding odor. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, not someone with a biology or chemistry background. I did my due diligence, researched, and learned that industrial grease is not an inert material. It's an organic substance that is reactive and volatile. Once the oil is collected from restaurants and transported to a storage facility, the oil contains food particles, cleaning chemicals, waste, bacteria, and moisture. This is an ongoing biological process with industrial oil, and decomposition occurs. This results in heavy odors that will be accelerated by the high temperatures with our summers here in Georgia. My second point is regarding truck traffic. There's already heavy trucks illegally using Harrison Road to access Willingham and Central Avenues from Virginia Avenue. This industrial waste facility will increase truck traffic. There will be noise, more tanker trucks, and the possibility of accidental spills during loading and unloading. My third and final point is regarding our environment. Industrial storage and recycling facilities are known to attract flies, cockroaches, and rats. We also have the Flint River with its headwaters beginning in East Point. This means that any pollutants released by spills at this facility can travel downstream through the watershed. The Flint River supplies drinking water resources for communities farther south in Georgia and Florida. And so I respectfully ask this council to deny the requested permit and variance. And I do thank you for your time and cooperation.
Up next, we have Joan Lyles.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. My name is Joan Lyles. I live at 1252 Lyle Avenue. I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to speak. I did work for environmental protection for 17 years. I would like for you guys to just do one thing for me. Just do the right thing. Vote no. We don't need the grease traps in our neighborhood. We don't want the smells. We don't want the flies. I've seen too much, and I learned a lot from working with environmental protection. This is not something that's going to benefit our neighborhood. Thank you.
Up next, we have Ms. Opal Baker.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Chapman, members of council and city staff. My name is Opal Baker. I live at 1256 East Forest Avenue. And I hope you're really listening tonight. I mean, truly listening. The residents of East Point are speaking with one unified voice. We do not want these dangerous, unsightly, and polluting industries in our city. We need this body to think creatively. We are asking you to partner with us to attract environmentally friendly forms of businesses that support a quality of life and positive well-being for everyone who calls East Point home. To understand why we are standing together before you, filled with urgency, you have to picture what our residents are confronting and combating every single day just to survive in our own town. In River Park, we're fighting against waves of lead-laden, toxic blue water caused by industrial contamination of our waterways, compounded by E. coli in the river and streams of headwater just a few feet from Martel Homes in East Washington. Nothing lives in it, no fish, no turtles, birds don't even settle there. But that unnatural color acts as a magnet to children playing in a park named for its neglected neighborhood, where a perpetually broken gate stands as a menacing invitation to explore the dangers beneath. In Jefferson Park, residents are suffocating under the stifling chemical smells of PPG and Meredith, sucking in the fumes and minute dust particles. It is so severe at times that many of our neighbors have to leave their homes just to escape assaulting noses, scratching throats, and burning eyes. PPG began in 1952 and Meredith opened in 1921, well after the neighborhood began forming. Meredith's products have changed drastically over the years. Its specialty of treating wooden utility poles with dangerous chemicals has transformed a historically quiet, tranquil, and residential enclave into a constant menace. In Heritage Park, across the street from their homes, legacy residents like Miss Teresa, who raised families and spent hours enjoying their gardens, are suffering under the weight of Dust Bowl construction from Microsoft's unwanted data centers. Neighbors are assaulted by pollution and seismic disturbances that threaten their homes in ways decades of living near airports never did. The psychological burden of what happens when this monstrosity begins operation is a heavy stress. So just look around the room at the sea of matching shirts and signs. Recognize that with unified voices of our community standing in overwhelming solidarity, we are organized, we're paying attention, and we want to work with you. If there are ordinances that need to be fixed, let's fix it. Thank you.
Up next, we have Malaya Crawford.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Malaya Crawford, and I live at 4785 West Park Circle. This is in Heritage Park, which is Ward D. I'm a nurse, and I've been a nurse for over 15 years. I worked at Atlanta Medical South, and that hospital is now closed down. I'm standing here tonight to speak for the very air we breathe in East Point. So take a deep breath, everybody. It's calming. Now imagine doing that and being choked with PM 2.5, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides. Anyone that has any kind of respiratory issue, they won't be able to breathe adequately, taking in a deep breath. In Ward D right now, a data center is under construction and is not wanted there or anywhere in our city. They put up a little pocket park that's supposed to be for us to say, thank you for letting us pollute your town. Unacceptable. When the facility was pushed through, community voices were completely ignored. You passed a temporary data center moratorium earlier this year to study these exact impacts, but it has expired. Since then, to my knowledge, there has been no public discussion with mayor and council about extending it. We have a right to know. What discussions were had? What decisions were made? What's going to happen with the future of our children in the city? It's egregious that residents should be excluded from any important concern that directly impacts our physical health, our wellness, and our quality of life. These facilities rely on massive arrays of industrial-scale diesel backup generators and dedicated gas-fired power plants that burn heavy fossil fuels right next to where our families live. The burning of these fuels releases a toxic cocktail of air pollutants, which I previously discussed, the fine particulate matter known as PM2.5. These are direct triggers for severe cardiovascular and respiratory illnesses, placing our children, seniors at so many risks for asthma attacks and hospitalizations. Please vote no on this matter. If East Point is going to protect its people, you must use your legislative authority to ensure that economic growth we pursue never comes at the expense of the cost of our health. Thank you very much.
Up next, we have Ms. Teresa Nelson, who had time given to her by Ms. Stephanie Diederson, so she'll have 6 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, and fellow citizens. My name is Teresa Nelson. I live at 1732 Neely Avenue, Ward A, and Sims Park Neighborhood Association at this time. Pass the budget. Multiple meetings have been taken. Town hall meetings were held. Most changes were addressed, yet the state deadline to submit the budget has not yet been met. I hate to think of East Point once again getting slammed by the state when they withhold funds that are due to the citizens of this city in order for projects and work to be done. The budget that I hear most people complaining about and things that they feel that have been denied them, the reality is past councils went over budget considerably on special projects to favor certain people on council and certain groups of citizens. And consequently, we're reaping what happened in order to address those over budget expenditures. Yes, we have to cut back. Wake up. It's not a free lunch. We got to pay for it. And I'm speaking as a citizen who's saying, I don't need any more special benefits. I know other people do need things, and I think it's important that they receive them. But I've talked to a number of citizens who are seniors who've said very clearly, we don't understand why this is such a big deal. We're doing very well here. So please, pass the budget. I agree with all of those who've come up with very eloquent comments and very salient points as to why not to adopt and accept the recycling center on East Washington. All of us deserve to be heard. I've been here on multiple occasions over 25 years talking about environmental concerns and how the city tends to, frankly, ignore the consequences of many of our actions upon the citizens of the city and the environment. So please, we don't need to benefit this facility. It's time for us to say there's a line, and we're not going to cross it anymore. Okay. One of the things that has come to my attention is that there is a cabal that would once again like to fire the city manager. I know that we don't always get what we want. None of us do. But we have gone through managers the way we go through water in a drought when it's not available, or when it is available, that is. It's time to put your big pants on and know that you don't always get your own way, and we have to address the sins of the past, and we have to address them now. It is time to stop the revolving door of city managers, so I urge you to one thing you can do, and you can find in our records, is a letter written by Seelig Development saying they would not work with the city of East Point because of the mayor, Pittman at the time, and the council, because of the damage they would be doing and having to deal with this city. And they felt that East Point was impossible to work with. And the commons still sits empty. Look at the letter. I think another problem that we have that I wanted to bring up tonight is that Frog Hollow and the city signed a contract, something that the city seems to either lose the contracts or forget that they exist. The city signed a contract with Frog Hollow Neighborhood Association for the association to landscape and maintain the landscape at East Point Street and White Way. I have just spent several weeks getting it cleaned up and spending my own money to help mulch and everything else that needs to be done. The people doing the construction tore up a section of that, dumped their trash and a lot of gravel into the area that had just been redone. And even worse than that, they made the poorly designed ADA access at that corner non-existent. You could not in the past, but definitely not now, you cannot get a wheelchair up onto that corner at that busy intersection. That has to stop. We are in complete violation of the ADA for that. So that needs to be addressed. And oh, by the way, while I was out of town, caretaking for a relative, they took down a lot of the landscaping at that corner. They never contacted either Frog Hollow or Sims Park to discuss what they were going to be doing or how we could do a workaround or plan to correct the damage. It's time for us to get a marketing person who can promote East Point events and put a calendar on the front page of our Facebook page and on our website so that you can get people and they know what's going on, even I, who can find that one. The other thing is we need a horticulturalist. I've been pushing for this for years. We need one to help all the departments, Public Works, Parks, everybody, address issues of environmental concerns and also the look of the city. Look at our city and then go look at College Park or even Hapeville. We look run down, empty, and barren. And believe me, it's because of the leadership, and I sat on council too, so I understand. It's from all of us who've served on council in the past and currently. Fix it. Do your job, vote this down, and do something about passing the budget tonight.
Up next, we have Tammy Cook.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you so much. My name is Tammy Cook. I live at 1415 Womack Avenue, and I'm here this evening for a couple of reasons. First, to ask each of you to deny the use permit and deny the residential distance variance for the grease recycling facility at East Taylor Avenue. This company is asking you to not only go back on the promise you made to protect us as citizens, but they're asking you to make an exception to the rules that the City Council wisely put in place to protect us from environmental injustices that have plagued certain communities for decades. The history of putting dangerous, smelly, rat-infested, polluting, noisy industries in our communities have happened with impunity in the past. And I'm hopeful you will not be the City Council that allows this to continue to happen. Having worked in the food industry now for almost 24 years, I know the smells that come from a grease trap. So the thought of the smells from an entire business that deals with that waste makes me quite nauseous, and it should make you nauseous too. The facility could bring odors, pests, spills, truck traffic, noise, sewer problems, and stormwater risks for all of the surrounding neighborhoods and the Flint River headwaters. And I'm wondering if any of you would be willing to take the chance on having this business next to your home. Do any of you who are considering voting yes live near this? I'm not anti-business, nor this business in particular, but just not where they're asking to have it. And can't we solicit business that will work within the rules that we've already have in place? Our community has already faced decades of environmental racism and industrial burdens. Please protect us, our homes, our environment, and please, City Manager, ask your Department of Economic Development to do their jobs and bring decent businesses to East Point. Surely we can do better than grease trap recycling. And lastly, it's July 6th. According to our city charter, you should have already passed a budget on June 30th. Pass the budget tonight. Thank you.
Up next, we have Deidre Smith.
Good evening, everyone, and good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Deidre Tyree Smith. I live at 2480 Constance Street in East Point, Georgia. I'm also a professor and content producer at Clark Atlanta University, and if you need help with marketing, I can help you out. When we discuss the massive water consumption of data centers, we cannot just look at the raw numbers. We have to look at the ground truth in our city, where a data center is currently under construction in Ward D. Data centers are not wanted in any part of our city. When that development was rammed through, our community voices were completely ignored. The temporary data center moratorium instituted earlier this year has expired, and there's been no public discussion between council and residents about expanding it. We've been completely left out of the process. What research did council do? What internal discussions were had or decisions did council make about the strain on our water resources? Residents must be involved in conversations about a critical resource concern that impacts our daily livelihood, our physical wellness, and our utility systems. If a data center extracts millions of gallons from our local aquifers or strains our public drinking water infrastructure, it threatens our entire regional water quality and lowers stream flows. So I'm here to stand in solidarity with all of my neighbors here, not just the ones that are wearing our shirts. But we demand that you require a comprehensive, independent hydrological impact study for any data center proposal, forcing developers to prove that their water extraction will not harm our local water security, or just stop dismissing us at the end of the day, the residents who rely on this water every single day. And it actually would be better to not entertain these types of proposals at all and reinstate the data center moratorium and make it permanent. Thank you very much.
Lastly, we have Ms. Jackie Slaughter.
Jacqueline Slaughter, 3652 Carmel Circle, East Point, Georgia. I'm here about the budget. I got some very disturbing news today from the state audit on the computer. Y'all haven't did the audit for 2025 and haven't passed the budget for this. Do you all realize the money that we receive from the state and the county come through them? And right now, we on the borderline of losing that money. You want to see it? It's in my computer. I I can even give you the name they said, made aware of it. Y'all as council manage him. He do not manage y'all. Y'all need to know everything he's doing, from hiring to firing, and every dollar he spends. That's what you know. I went through a budget when we didn't have no money. With Teresa, we went through a budget when we took office. They didn't have but $100,000. We couldn't even pay payroll, but we pulled out of it. 2013, when I left council, we had money. What happened to that money? What happened to it? And we made less than what y'all made. We did it for $5,000 a month. No money. Y'all complaining about, we worked night and day. Sometimes we didn't get off out of council till 11 o'clock at night. You was there with us, Rogers, some of them nights. I gained 50 pounds eating after 11 o'clock at night. Y'all need to tighten your bed up. Stop spending money. Because what you got now from the state and the federal, from what I got today on the computer, they're going to be coming at you to get that money back. And they're looking at you. Y'all thought I was talking before? I follow this. They're going to ask for every time that they've given us back. And I hate to say it, and they blame your manager for it. They call his name. You don't have a 25 audit in you. We can't even buy police cars. What are we doing? Operating on method? Oh, and I found out something else today. Y'all gonna build over there on L Circle and Camp Creek and have not notified the peoples over there. The thing say you have to notify them. Anybody within 750 feet. These people's on L Street and didn't even know it. But the one on Prince Jones knew it. What are you trying to hide something? The ones that it affect, you didn't notify them. The ones that it don't affect, you notify them. Oh, we're going to have a meeting on the 7th at the fire station. What about the other people? And believe it or not, one that didn't affect is the one that called me and had me to come to her house. What are y'all hiding? Are you stealing? Are you working with developer, taking money under the table? And when you're talking about building it, it's a brick wall. We tried it in 2013 and couldn't be built there because of the rocks. And thank you.
Those are all the public comments we have this evening.
Thank you for your comments. And first we'll go to Councilperson Mitchell for his comments.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So firstly, I do want to thank everyone for coming out. It's actually kind of inspiring to see everybody unified. I just wish it was under better circumstances. So I do want to thank you guys for being engaged citizens, being aware. I think we all have received multiple emails. I think we listened to 21 people come up to speak tonight, so that's really impressive. So with that, I would like to make a motion to deny a use permit for section 10-2137, recycling centers and processing, and section 10-2080D, distance from residential, located at 1577 East Taylor Avenue.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Do we? Go ahead. Do you have any discussion? No. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Sorry. Go ahead, Councilwoman Atkins.
Yes, would like to also reiterate the sentiments of my colleague for all of the residents who have come out to speak this evening. This particular application is also troublesome to me based on all of the things that were articulated so eloquently by the residents who stood up this evening. But it also concerns me because I think one of the residents talked about the proximity to particularly the East Washington community and how that community came about. And so I am concerned about the residents in East Washington. I am also concerned about, I believe one of the residents talked about the fact that we've not had the type of economic development that our city deserves, and bringing a business of this sort to this city that is also on the west side of that address, the subject address, is right next to our main street. And so not only would it be difficult to attract new businesses to the downtown East Point, but it also may run away the businesses that we have there. And so we don't have a plenty of those, and so I want to do everything that we can to keep those businesses here in downtown East Point. So I appreciate the unified voice for the residents this evening, and thank you so much for coming out. And I will not be able to support this special use permit and the concurrent variance this evening.
Okay, I think, is it Councilwoman Cummings? Is your mic on? I can't see. Okay.
So, first, are we entertaining his motion, or we're doing, okay.
We're in discussion.
Okay, so I will say, first of all, thank you, everyone, for coming out this evening, and just to see the support for this, because I was one, I think, I do know that I spoke, not necessarily in favor of, but I wanted to see if there was something that we could do. But to see all of you here and to understand what your concerns are, just know that I'm not just ignoring what it is that you all have to say. I also spoke with our Director of Water and Sewer, had an extensive conversation with her, and also just listening to what you all have to say. This is definitely a hill that I'm not willing to die on, and I am I am in support of not granting them the special use permit for this. So I too will not be in support of them having this their variance.
Thank you. Councilwoman Freely? Is it hemming? I can't see the microphone.
It's me.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm totally in support of the motion and had no intention of voting to approve this at any point. So no issue there. I just want to ask a procedural question. Madam Attorney, do we need to waive the second reading as part of this so that we don't procedurally make a mistake?
Wait a minute. Okay. This would be an ordinance. I don't think that one was prepared, given the fact there was the public hearing and I think potentially a staff report denying this. So yes, there would need to be a motion to waive the public hearing because it is an ordinance, it's a zoning action. So we would go back after discussion and get that motion. Had chimed in, but I don't think the mayor saw my light because it is the agenda item next, coming up in a few agenda items later. So I think you guys go ahead and finish discussion because we do have a motion on the floor. And then at that time, we'll get a substitute motion to waive and then re-entertain Councilmember Mitchell's motion to deny.
Okay, and just to be clear, that's waiving the second reading, not the public hearing, which is what I think you might have said in error.
Yes, we don't need a public hearing. There
Right.
already happened.
Waive the second reading.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Martin Rogers.
Yes, and thank you. I also cannot support this business at this time because I recognize, number one, how hard the city has worked and continues to work to address and improve our water and our water infrastructure. But every decision we make must take into account the impact on the entire city. When a proposal or a proposed use has the potential to affect our water system, neighborhoods, and the quality of life, we have a responsibility to proceed carefully. Decisions should be consistent, transparent, and centered on the residents who will be impacted. And I would also like to state that, you know, when council members sit on these committees and offer recommendations that are intended to protect homeowners and then later vote against those protections, when it's time to take action, continue to hold us accountable, because Ward D has the warehouse that my neighbor eloquently spoke out against. We also have a ordinance that we are working through for warehouses, but continue to hold us accountable, because this is all our city, right? And we do deserve quality development. So thank you all for coming out, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you. I just want to also kind of echo what's been said here tonight. Thank you all for coming out, sharing your voices. I'm a firm believer that residents should have a seat at the table, and this is the type of discussion that we need to have, and you should be a part of it. I especially want to thank the residents from Ward D that have also come out and just stood with your neighbors. We need this. This is what community looks like, and this is how community should be represented. I do not support this business mainly for two reasons, and a lot of this was said tonight, but the environmental impact, the concerns with contamination of our water. We've worked so hard for this, and today our water is used in so many ways. It's on Delta flights across the globe, right? It's also a part of the Coca-Cola bottling company, so it's consumed by people outside of even East Point, and so it's important that we keep these relationships intact. Also, the comprehensive plan. I think about the Camp Creek Marketplace. That started off as a vision, as a dream. But in order to bring that development to life, it requires staying with the course. And so as elected officials, when we create a comprehensive plan, we also have to stay the course and see that vision come to light. So I will not be supporting this either. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Ziegler is via Zoom, so she has her hand raised for comments. Are we able to get her speaking? Oh, okay. Councilwoman Ziegler, can you unmute yourself, please?
And our health is not for sale. The people of East Point deserve clean air, safe neighborhoods, and thoughtful development that strengthens our city without placing unnecessary burdens on our community. My vote is not against business. It is for responsible growth and for putting the well-being of our residents first. That is the commitment I made when I took office, and that's the commitment I intend to keep. And for those reasons, I'll be voting no.
Okay. Thank you, council, for your comments. Thank you to our residents for coming out and sharing their thoughts and opinions for tonight. We really appreciate your participation and engagement. Right now, I'm going to make a call for the motion that is on the floor. I'm sorry, did you have a
Point of order, just per the city clerk, the city attorney, we need to waive the first reading so that we're procedurally aligned.
Okay. So I need to make a minute. Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to waive the first reading.
Second.
Okay, do all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
This is the second reading.
This is the second reading.
Yeah. We had a first reading the last meeting, I believe, of June, And
So
we had a
it'll be
public
the
hearing
second,
at
it'll
that
be
time, and this is the second reading.
This will be the second.
Well, then his motion was appropriate. His motion to deny was appropriate. You only waived the first reading when you want to act on it the same night. So Councilman Mitchell's motion to deny was appropriate. You do not need to waive a second read. I misunderstood Councilman Friedley's question. I think he asked it right. I just misunderstood it about waiving the second read. That's not necessary. Now it's just time to vote on the use permit. That motion was correct. You can call for the vote and then go back to council comments.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the motion passes. The case is denied. Thank you. All right. Now we will go back to council comments. Councilwoman Hemming, I see your light in.
I'm proud of our community, and I'm proud of this elected body. I know when this issue first came before us, there was a different discussion. But what we saw tonight is what's supposed to happen. We're supposed to listen, and we're supposed to vote in accordance with what you want. Something that's really important for us also this evening is the budget. There have been several meetings, discussions, concerns raised, and if we don't act to pass the budget, we risk losing the opportunity to deliver the services that you require. So I'm asking my council colleagues to consider the importance of this decision tonight and every other night regarding the budget for this city. Thank you, community, for coming out, and I hope that council continues to act in your best interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman, I think we're getting some feedback from someplace. Carrie needs to go back on mute. Okay. Carrie still. All right, is that Councilmember Atkins?
Yes. I'd like to thank you, Madam Mayor, and I would also just like to, again, thank all of the residents for coming out this evening, for offering your positions on this particular zoning application as it relates to Taylor Street, and also hearing your sentiments regarding the budget. That is a very important matter before the city. It's important that we deal with our budgetary issues so that we can move forward as a city. So thank you so much for coming out. I would like to just reiterate, I can't remember the last name, but Nurse Malaya and Professor Deidre talked about the moratorium, and because I was a sponsor of that legislation, we actually did extend the moratorium. And so the moratorium has been extended, and we also got some counsel from our legal team about the increments in which we should extend those things so that we keep ourselves within the law on those things. So we know that that is a serious issue, and this body has moved to extend the moratorium. I just wanted to state that. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Cumming, did you have? Councilwoman Mitchell?
I'm sorry, I got lost in the sauce. So we are having a town hall at St. Stephen's Baptist Church on the 2027 proposed budget. That will be this Thursday, starting at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you again for everyone that has come out this evening for this meeting, and for those that are also watching us via live stream. And I wanted to just kind of, apologize for the mix-up that we have for the meeting on last week. It was supposed to be last Thursday at St. Stephen's. They had a plumbing issue that took place at the last minute. And what we wanted to do was, we canceled the meeting and we moved it to this Thursday. But it was suggested that we just move the meeting here. I was at the church to direct anyone to come over to City Hall, but because things were not set up in place here, that was where the miscommunication came in, so we were not able to have the meeting there. So we wanted to make sure that we had a meeting to have your, all of your concerns, your questions answered, because the city manager and the finance director were going to be there to field those questions, any questions that the residents did have. So once residents, for those that did come here for the meeting, it was not set up and the door was locked, so they weren't able to get in. So we do apologize on behalf of my colleague and myself, but we have everything worked out. The plumbing is working over at St. Stephen's now, and the meeting, again, like you said, will be this Thursday at 6 o'clock. So we invite everyone to come out. Any questions, concerns that you do have for the budget, should it not be passed this evening. There's still questions that residents may still have questions. So if there are any questions that you do have, the city manager and the interim finance director will be there to field any questions. I yield.
Thank you. Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you. Two major announcements. The first announcement I wanted to make is about a new development that is being proposed for in Ward D. It does impact residents in Ward D and Ward C. It's located at 0 North Desert Drive. I believe it was brought up tonight by a resident here. I do want to at least mention that there will be a meeting with the developer. The developer wants to meet with the community in person. That meeting is scheduled to take place tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. at Fire Station number 3. I also want to say, as we kind of work through our communication strategy and what that looks like, bear with us, but my councilmate and myself, we actually went door to door over this weekend handing out this information to as many residents that we could touch in this very hot heat. But we are trying to get the message out as best as we can and make sure that the community is informed about any developments that are coming to the area. The other thing I want to mention is about the Microsoft Pocket Park. We are going to have a community mural paint day where residents will be able to come out Saturday, August 1st, 11 a.m. to 4 p.m., where you will be able to help with the design and paint next to the artist Ashley Bella to help make this park, beautiful and a part of the community. So please come out for the Community Mural Day, Saturday, August 1st. And the Pocket Park location is 4165 Ben Hill Road, East Point, Georgia. You can also find this information online. Thank you.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, and thank you to everyone that came out, but I'd also like to thank previous mayor and council members who come before city council and hold us accountable. Accountability is healthy and personal attacks are not. I will not be complicit in illegal and unethical behavior. Based on the last audit, there were already concerns regarding vendor setup, control, and oversight. I've received information suggesting that vendor accounts may have been set up outside the normal finance process, possibly involving the IT department. Please allow the public record to reflect that this is another failure in management and a lack of proper internal controls. Public funds must be protected. Council has also been made aware of employee complaints and concerns about the city's work culture since October, yet the city manager has not been held accountable. Employees deserve respect and should not have to work in fear. And lastly, on June 15th, a directive was given and voted on unanimously in reference to the budget, eliminating consolidated line items and providing a detailed, itemized breakdown of expenditures for mayor and council and city departments. On June 22nd, Redmond Jones told council it was going to be too extensive. No employee gets to disregard their supervisors and simply announce what they can't do. This is a breach of the contract, ordinances, and charter, and I will not allow it to be ignored or minimized. Council gave a lawful directive, and the administration is responsible for carrying it out, not deciding whether it is convenient. The public deserves a transparent, itemized budget, and I will not support a process that asks council or taxpayers to accept anything less. Madam Clerk, please make sure that the record reflects my comments as stated. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other council comments? Okay. Councilman Freely, go ahead.
Thank you. And apologies that I didn't get this on the agenda, but I just got the information today. The MEAG annual meeting is coming up this weekend, and the officers will be voted on at that time. It was brought to my attention today that MEAG still has last year's slate of council representatives, which was me as the voting delegate and former Councilmember Butler as the alternate. So they will need 2 names as soon as possible. I am planning to attend, and I don't know, other than Councilmember Atkins, who else is planning to attend. Just the 2? Okay. So I think we need to nominate the voting and the alternate delegates.
Well, I'm sorry. Okay. I needed some clarification for that because I thought we had already voted on. Right.
It was
That was done.
the information
That was
that
done.
was requested. The information that was requested at that time was about the authorization for communication, and that was both the mayor as the mayor and myself as the pro tem. But this is different. These are the voting delegates at this annual meeting, and so it would be whoever is traveling to that meeting to vote on the delegates for leadership at MEAG.
So the item that Director Dow did, that I think the mayor's remembering, is completely separate from what
Yes.
Councilman Freely
It
is
is.
talking.
Yes.
It is. That is about communication, who has the authority to communicate with MEAG.
And so if this is the will of the council to nominate and vote on who those representatives will be, unless it's a mayor appointment, you guys would just need to suspend the rules to add it to the agenda.
Mayor, I'd like to move to suspend the rules so that we can add this item to the agenda and get it taken care of tonight.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. Do we want to just go ahead and handle that right now, or let's go ahead?
Actually, I think you had another councilman in for council comments.
Yeah, okay. Councilwoman Hemming.
Oh, I was actually in for this item.
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to move to authorize Councilmember Friedli and Councilmember Atkins as our voting delegates and secondary delegate. In the event that Councilmember Friedli can't, it would be Councilmember Atkins.
Okay. All those in favor?
Get a discussion.
I'm sorry, any discussion? All right, Councilman Atkins, you're in for, okay. Okay, no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, thank you. The motion passes. All right, and so for any other comments from council? Okay. So I would like to also acknowledge tonight in our announcement, Chief Rosemary Cloud, and acknowledge the passing of her daughter, and letting the community and she and her family know that she is in our thoughts and prayers. So wanted to announce that as well. And there will be a back-to-school extravaganza coming up. There will be some more details on that on July 25th. Please look out at our social media communications for that event to support our children for going back to school. Next, we have, let's see, the second item here is the council discussion and possible action of acceptance of the City of East Point, Georgia FY 2027 budget. The presentation will come from the city manager.
Madam Mayor, I move to open the floor for council discussion and possible action on authorizing the acceptance of the City of East Point FY 27 budget.
We have a motion.
Second.
And we have a second. Is there any discussion?
And for discussion.
Oh, you didn't have any. Council Member Martin Rogers.
Yeah, I just want the record to reflect the following, please. Madam City Clerk, I'm in for discussion. On June 15th, Councilmember Caldwell made a motion to direct the city manager to prepare and present a revised budget that eliminates consolidated budget line items and instead provides a detailed, itemized breakdown of expenditures for the mayor, city council, and all city departments. The revised budget should clearly identify individual expenses, expense categories, and amounts so that council and the public can fully understand how funds are being allocated and make informed decisions during the budget process. Councilmember Martin Rogers provided the second, and the motion carried unanimously. We have not to date received any of that information as it relates to the FY 2027 budget. Directives are provided to the city manager in order for him to carry them out, yet on our budget tonight, on our agenda tonight, is a proposal for us to vote for a budget that none of us have seen since we were presented with the first budget. Well, I'm not going to say none of us have seen it. Probably 4 of us have seen it, but I can say for myself that I have not seen it. Just at the last meeting, Mr. Jones advised us that it would be nearly impossible for him to categorize all of the information that we had asked him or directed him to do. So I'm not going to approve this budget tonight. Here are some more reasons why I'm not going to approve the budget tonight. There are illegal salary increases for the mayor and city council members. I made mention of that previously before, hence to why we wanted the itemization of this budget. We all participated in a special call meeting, and what I learned from that meeting is that Redmond Jones was not collaborative with many departments, drastically cutting budgets that included education, training, and travel, and had no idea what was actually needed. There were too many missing revenues from countless pages and incorrect account numbers. Redmond Jones to date has been given 4 directives by the city council on the public record and has failed to follow them, the latest being a directive that took place on June 16th for the itemization of the entire budget. What is being asked tonight is that we trust someone who has openly disregarded directives that have been voted on publicly. Redmond Jones is paid far too much money for this level of micromanagement. What is alarming is that council is being asked to support a budget sight unseen, hand over the city's purse. That is not transparency, accountability, or responsible governance. That is a lack of fiduciary responsibility. What recourse of action is there if he again does not follow the directive? Redmond Jones has not been held accountable for his actions for 1 year and 7 months. The only recourse will be to report him to the Attorney General's office. 4 members of this council continue to turn a blind eye to breaches of the contract and violations of the charter and ordinances. That lack of oversight places taxpayers' dollars at risk, and I'm not willing to accept that. Lastly, an email was sent in regards to a resident participating and having input into the budget process. For those of you all that enjoy open records requests, go ahead and ask for my email stated May 12, 2026. I was contacted by a resident that informed me they had access to the budget and input. On May 14th, I asked Redmond Jones, and he denied those claims and wrote a dissertation about it. However, when I asked the same question to the interim finance director in emails dated June 16th through July 6th, and I quote, he independently reviewed those public line items and transcribed them into his own personal Excel spreadsheet for analysis during one of my many weekend office sessions dedicated to budget review. I invited Blank to present his findings. I then advised the interim finance director that my concern is not the appearance of my concern is the appearance of preferential access and participation in the budget process. Although she indicated the resident was allowed to present his findings, however, to my knowledge, no similar opportunity was extended to other residents. And here's the most interesting part. As I reviewed the Budget and Finance Committee meeting last month, and a member of that committee mentioned a spreadsheet, when another committee member requested the information and how did they get the spreadsheet, the question went ignored. There's also an email in which the same council member directed staff to provide the resident with all of the information that he needed. Council should not have to request information after the fact when a resident appears to have been given direct access and input into the budget process. Elected officials deserve the same level of respect, access, and opportunity to provide input before being asked to approve the final product. No, I will not be supporting this budget tonight, sight unseen. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mitchell.
Yeah, so something similar. So I think we all have reviewed the proposed budget. I believe the motion was to waive the first reading. I think at the very least this needs to go to work session. I think we all need to collaborate a little bit more on this before we can come to a consensus on some of these items. I'm not sure if we can get that done tonight, or if we try to, what that will look like. So I would just highly recommend we take this to a work session. Thank you.
Any other comments at this time? I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't say Councilwoman Mitchell, Atkins.
Yes, thank you. Madam Clerk, I'm just stating, Madam Mayor, my apologies. I'm stating that this is the same budget that I received, that I think that my colleagues have received. I don't think that any of us have received a different budget. I think that it is enough information within this document. It's a drastic improvement over what we had received before. In terms of our budgets and the revisions that we requested, and I appreciate the work of our interim finance director as well as those on her team to make sure that we received a budget that was easier to follow and the citizens were able to follow it as well. Hearing the concerns from the public this evening regarding the passage of the budget, and also particularly of our former council member Slaughter Givens, what I would like to also say is that I know that many of the residents are concerned about the fact that we've not had audits done. Those audits have been behind for quite a few years, and the longer we delay the passing of this budget, we will not be able to close out FY26, which would further delay the audit. But then some of my colleagues will then blame that on our city manager or some other person, but we have the power to pass this budget. And so what I've done is I've heard from some of my colleagues that have shared some of their concerns about things that they would like to see in the budget. And also when we had our budget presentation from many of the department heads, I took that information and came up with a proposed amendment that I hope would address those concerns. And Madam Clerk, I did send that to you. If you were able to put that on the screen, I'd love to walk through that for consideration from my colleagues. So this is based on information that I heard from the citizens as well as some of my colleagues regarding some things that were not in the budget that I thought we would definitely need to include. The very first agenda item, or the very first line item here, is $200,000. Our Chief Judge Oliver stated that that had been removed from the budget and that we would need those dollars to pay associate judges. So this amendment would include $200,000 to pay those associate judges. Also, you will notice that there's education and training for the municipal clerk. There's also education and training for the legal team and education and training for the clerk. Those are 3 of our direct reports, and this would fully reinstate education and training for all of those departments. If you go down just a little further, you'll see all administrative departments, that's education and training, to the tune of $228,413. So that would then include the entire enterprise. So education and training would be reinstated for the entire city. If we go back up to legal, when we heard from our city attorney regarding what she needed, there was an additional $9,000 that she had requested 14, and it was cut to 5. So this also restores the $9,000. She also stated that she needed to have the dues and fees restored back to $1,000. So that was short of $500. This restores that. And I've also talked about the education and training for the legal department, and there's also dollars that she had set aside for claims within various departments. What you see next are the $10,000 increments that would restore the full amount that she had requested, so $10,000 additional dollars for the fire department claims, $10,000 for planning and community development claims, $10,000 for electric department claims, and $10,000 for miscellaneous claims that may come before the city. Under that, you'll see the city clerk. I talked about education and training being restored for that department. There's also $1,500 that would be added back to the budget. The clerk stated that she had originally requested $2,000, and that was cut to $500. And then also dues and fees, she had requested $1,000, and that was cut to $750. So the $250 restores the dues and fees for the clerk's office. We also learned from the budget that there had been an oversight and defined benefits had been cut for our code enforcement team, so $45,000 would go back in to restore those defined benefits for the code enforcement team. And then we also learned that the police chief had requested $20,000 for medical services for any of our inmates that have to be transported to Grady. That was cut to $11,000, so the $9,000 would restore that back to $20,000. As it relates to economic development, there is a line item under economic development, Main Street, called special events. I just think in an austere budget environment, we had to look at all events across the city, and this would provide $200,000 for a comprehensive downtown public maintenance and a spruce up program, particularly after the multimodal investment and construction downtown, but it would also help with sidewalks, beautification, landscape, and all of those things. The idea hopefully would be to attract more visitors to downtown and increase our commerce activities and enhance the work that has been done currently downtown. You then will see $111,000. That would be for a downtown stabilization program, community development activities, and Main Street initiatives. Many of the businesses have reached out to us stating that they have suffered due to the construction of the multimodal construction downtown, and so this would be an effort to help those businesses not only to stabilize but to grow. We also learned that $250,000 was cut from the senior home repair program. I believe that the legacy residents here in the city of East Point have stayed, they've paid their property taxes, they've paid into our utilities and all of those things. And so if we're able to assist with home repairs to keep those seniors aging in place, then I wanted to restore those dollars. This also would be the match that would be required for the Georgia Department of Community Affairs for the $500,000 grant that we received from them. It does require a $250,000 match. I've also heard from several of my colleagues regarding services that would need to be provided for East Point residents who may experience or fall upon hard times, and so I've allocated and earmarked $250,000 for community stabilization services. And then finally, another $200,000 for a delitter campaign with an emphasis on the Camp Creek Marketplace. That is our largest commercial node in the city. And all of those dollars would come to $1,590,063. So now we would have to figure out how to pay for those. And Madam Clerk, if you would go to the next slide.
You left out the fire department.
Oh, very sorry. And yes, and the fire department for Fire Station 2, thank you, Councilmember Cummings. Chief Thornton did speak about Fire Station 2. and wanted to make sure that we are keeping the city as safe as possible and maintaining our fire ratings so that we can keep insurance rates low, we did add another $350,000 to make sure that we can do the renovations and upgrades at Fire Station 2. That would come to, my apologies, $1,940,063. The sources for this, when this budget period started, the city manager asked for all of the departments to cut their budgets by 10%, and I think that as the legislative members of this city government, that we should follow suit, and so the first three line items would cut our budgets of expense allowance by 10%, our other professional fees by 10%, and our education and travel by 10%. For the mayor's office, I am proposing to reprogram the $30,000 that was in the mayor's budget for communications. I think that if we have a strategic communications plan through our communications team, we can use those dollars for the services that I outlined in the previous slide, as well as $10,000 for departmental events in the mayor's office, and office supplies at $5,000. I'm proposing to cut that to $2,500 so that we may use $2,500 to also pay for some of the services that I mentioned previously. And $4,000 for overtime for that office, as none of us as elected officials receive overtime. For the city manager's office, I would propose to cut the $13,000 that was in the budget for car allowance and technology and any of the perks that would be used to attract any other executives in the city manager's office. I would take that back down to $6,000 so that we may use $7,000 for the services that have been aforementioned. Also in the city manager's budget is $443,000 for community concerts. I would remove that amount to use for those services that were presented, and also $86,933 from contingency fees would use those funds as well. For the city clerk's office, I did reach out to the city clerk. She stated that her office did not need $5,000 for uniforms or paraphernalia, that to date they had only used $12,000, so I would cut that amount proposed to use $3,800 for the services that I mentioned previously. And then you also remember the Main Street economic development line items that I talked about. One was $200,000, the other one was $111,000. This would come from that line item currently in the budget under special events for economic development. There's also economic development account 7520 that has $5,000 for special events giveaways. I would slash that by $2,500 so that we may use $2,500 to go to the services that were mentioned. And then also to cut back some of the events that were planned under public events. We had previously scheduled for 3 elevated rhythms. I would cut that by 1 so that we'd have 2. We had 5 sound bath relaxations. I would cut that by 1 so that we could do 1 per quarter. The movie screening, to cut that $2,400. The meditation visioning sessions, to cut that $7,000, and the roller skating event, to cut that $14,000 to use for the services that I mentioned. And then also in our legal department, Councilman Mitchell actually brought this to our attention while we were doing departmental reviews. There had been allocated $1.75 million for other professional fees or legal fees for the city attorney's office. I proposed cutting that by $400,000 to use those dollars. I spoke with the city attorney about that, and she was fine with that amount. She thinks that looking at what we spent in FY26, she would be able to then allow those $400,000 to be used for services that were mentioned previously. And then she also stated that we would be able to use $23,600 from books and publications, which was a line item under the city attorney's office. In the departmental presentations regarding the budget, I did ask the city clerk's office about bereavement, as there was a line item in that account for $4,000, as well as in the city manager's office. That total was $4,500. The city clerk stated that they did not need or did not realize that those dollars were in the budget, so I combined those and reduced those to $2,500 to use $2,000 of those dollars for services. I also had questions of several of the department heads regarding uniforms, and I have spoken with each of these department heads, and they have all agreed that their uniform budgets could be cut, and those are reflected here. We would cut the communications department by $2,000, and we would cut the Contracts and Procurement Office by $2,000. We would cut Customer Care by $5,000. I spoke with Ms. Cartwright regarding that amount, and then also IT. I spoke with Mr. Wellman, and he said that could be cut by $12,500. All of those dollars could be used for services back to the citizens. I also, there's a position within the IT department that, speaking with Ms. Cartwright, that position has been transferred. It was a consultant's position. That position, the person that was filling that position has now taken the position of a former full-time employee. So that person will be providing those services in a position that was already allocated. So that also gave us an additional $105,000. And then I spoke with Mr. Mitchell in the municipal court, who is the court administrator, and he stated that they have made the majority of their hires, and they only needed $2,500 for uniforms, so we were able to use an additional $2,500 for services. And then finally, speaking with Ms. Cartwright to make up the balance that was needed to zero out the services that we would add, we would take those from non-departmental that was allocated to the IT department for a total of $1,940,063. And so that would be my proposal for my colleagues to consider.
Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you. First, thank you to Councilmember Atkins for putting this together. I want to say a couple of things. I want to let the community know that I too want to approve a budget, right? We know the importance of it. We know that there is a sense of urgency in getting this done. So much so that I personally reached out to each council member mid last week to better understand what our priorities are, what do we need to add and remove from this budget, which is why a lot of these conversations got started. At that time, I think we were probably looking at only the event funding, to remove that and utilize that, maybe repurpose it in a different way, $443,000 in addition to maybe uniform money. But as we continue to speak and collaborate with each other, we were able to find so much more that we could repurpose and make sure that we could ensure that all of our priorities were realized in the budget. And so a lot of this work and a lot of the work I think Councilmember Atkins has pulled together has been within 24 hours, right? And so this is the first time that we're seeing a finalized document of what this looks like. I think that we've made a lot of progress as council in trying to collaborate and get an approved budget. But I think it needs a little more time. And there's a few concerns that I have specifically with the budget. One, as it relates to education and training, we do need to restore education and training throughout the budget. Customer Care doesn't have education and training listed. They didn't request an amount. And so we need to connect with them to see if there's education and training needed. There's errors in the book. The code enforcement that is listed, I'll have to find the page, but code enforcement is listed twice. They're listed for code enforcement, but they're also listed for the 911. There is no 911 financials in this budget book. So we don't know what they need to spend. We don't know what they need from an education and training perspective. The electric fund is imbalanced. We have where we are going to bring revenues of 41 million or 43 million, but the expenditures are at 51 million. So we need a balanced budget. And this is why we've made requests, multiple requests, to have these revisions made before today so that we could get to a place of approving this budget. These requests haven't been done. And so I appreciate a lot of the work. There's some other suggestions that council members wanted to see in the budget as it relates specifically to council events. Again, I will say, I think that we've come a long way. Again, I appreciate all of the council members taking the phone call and trying to collaborate with one another in order to get to approved budget. I think we're almost there, but we need a little bit more time to finalize this and just digest the information that's been shown tonight.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cummings, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Atkins, for doing a great job at pulling all these numbers and these figures together. I'm going to echo some of the sentiments of my colleague, Councilmember Caldwell. When I know we started talking about this budget, and I will say this is something that should have taken place in May, but I mean, we are at the 25th hour, and I know that there is a sense of urgency to get it done, but what I don't want us to do is to get out here and rush and bring and approve the budget. I mean, I understand, I see all the faces and everything, but we want to make sure that we get it right. Not just for the sake of getting it done. I mean, because services, everything is still going to take place. There was a house fire this morning, the fire department went out and they put it out. So I mean, we aren't not having the services taken care of. Everything is still going to be taken care of, but we want to make sure that we get this budget right. I initially proposed that we locate all the extra dollars, which is what Councilmember Atkins, he did a phenomenal job in that, making sure that we figured out where all the money was going to come from. I figured in the proposal, the things that he's saying, where these new funds will live, should be discussed in work session, just as my colleague Councilmember Mitchell said. And then once we do that and everything is approved, we've crossed all our T's and dotted all the I's, then we can go in and we can approve the budget. And that could be done at the third meeting, the meeting on the 20th. We're talking about 20 days. We already went past the budget because it should have been approved on the 30th. But what we want to make sure that we do is that we approve the budget and we do everything correct. I don't want it to be a knee-jerk reaction that it's all that we have to get out here and we have to get this budget approved today. We want to make sure that everything is done and it's done proper. So I think the best thing for us to do, my suggestion would be for us to now we have earmarked where all the dollars are, where the money's going to come from. But still at the end of the day, you still need to talk to the bean counters. They're the ones that are going to actually say, do we even have the money to move everything around that we have here? I think it still needs to go through our finance department so that they can make sure that everything that we're doing here is doable for this evening. So I think a good discussion at work session, once everything is done and the moves are actually made, we still have questions and concerns about things not being itemized. Certain categories, they aren't. We just have budget for salaries, and it's just one large dollar amount for a particular department. I don't know who's getting paid what in some of these departments. And that stuff, it needs to be discussed. I mean, it needs to be documented. You need to know who's getting paid these salaries. I'm looking at, in our communications department, there's a line item for a director, $145,000. We don't even have a director for the communications department. So there's still some things that need to be taken care of that are in here. So we just want to make sure that we do everything and we do it proper and in order. I yield.
Oh, Councilman Mitchell.
Yes, thank you, Councilman Atkins. So, I mean, I wish I would have had this before. I know we all kind of put our ideas together. Which we had time to review it. I think that a work session can definitely be for that. And even speaking with Councilwoman Caldwell, I know she has some creative ideas or how we could reallocate funds. I'm not sure if I see it in here, but she did mention, pulling 1.3 million out of our proposed pool. That's not until next fiscal year. And I think one of my suggestion was, I think 700,000 out. And, that would be about 2 million right there. I haven't had time to go through and kind of see what these sources are. I know they're labeled. I know we no longer have DEI. I was really keen on making sure our senior services are funded. And, small things I just think we need to talk about. I know our city clerk requested an assistant, and I'm just not seeing this, but I think if we all kind of brought our ideas together, because I don't necessarily agree with all of it, I appreciate the effort, but that discussion can be had. I just wish I would have had it, before 10 minutes ago, so we can actually, talk about this. And there's a couple of things, I would like to see. And I think certain things we would probably have to come to a consensus on, but I think this is a great start, but I don't feel confident, about passing this tonight without really talking about it. But I do think this is, a great effort. I would just like to have a longer discussion about this, but I do appreciate your hard work. Thank you.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, and what I would like to say is that through these conversations with a few council members, number one, the mayor should go through her own budget and make the decisions on what she feels should be taken out or included in. There were also discussions from speaking to a few council members that we all looked at we looked at mayor and council's budget, we looked at the city manager's budget, we also looked at the city attorney's budget. What is being presented here tonight is going into those other departments, and I'm just not sure what is being cut. As Councilmember Mitchell said, we just got this evening. I think that this is going to take more of a collaborative effort because there was monies found in just the mayor and council's budget, city manager's budget, and also the city attorney's budget alone that put money back into education, training, and travel. I do appreciate this breakdown of funds, but I cannot support this tonight. And Madam Mayor, may I ask the city manager a question, please? Thank you. Mr. City Manager, you were provided a directive to bring us back a breakdown of this budget on June 16th. I'm sorry, June 15th. Can you please go on record as to why that directive was not followed? Because people want to say, we're going to blame the city manager, but there was a clear directive provided to you. You came back at that following meeting and said it would be too extensive, but if you could, for the record, because in my last meeting or the telephone calls that I've had with residents, they would like to know why that directive was not followed. I believe I read the directive into the record this evening, but again, the request was an itemized breakdown of expenditures for mayor and city council in all city departments. You were supposed to bring back a revised budget that should clearly identify in individual expenses, expense categories, and amounts so that council and the public can fully understand how funds are being allocated. So if you could give us your response to that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. So the charter is really clear on the responsibilities of the city manager during the budget process. That requires the city manager to prepare a proposed budget. I did that, and your request was something that was much more extensive, which after clarifying, if you recall going back to those minutes, clarifying what exactly you meant by it, there were 2 departments that you wanted to have those breakdowns for, and 2 departments I said that we could do that. For the entire city would require a massive reconstruction of the budget, which would take much more time than the timeline.
All right, and so again, I'd like the record to reflect, Madam City Attorney, on June 15th, Councilmember Caldwell made a motion to direct the city manager to prepare and present a revised budget that eliminates consolidated budget line items and instead provides a detailed, itemized breakdown of expenditures for the mayor, city council, and all city departments. The revised budget should clearly identify individual expenses, expense categories, and amounts so that council and the public can fully understand how funds are being allocated and make informed decisions during the budget process. Councilmember Martin Rogers provided the second. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. We have Councilwoman Ziegler. She hasn't been in for discussion yet. Go ahead. Councilwoman Ziegler, we can't hear you.
You're unmuted on our side, Councilmember Ziegler, but I can't hear you.
I am unmuted.
There you go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So our budget is almost $200 million. And for us to bulk and hold up this budget vote for something that would add up to be less than, you know, like 0.5% of the entire budget doesn't seem to be very financially responsible to me. This budget contains a lot of really important projects. I know that a new website is in this budget. And, you know, citizens are just really frustrated with how slow things have been. And we can't do any of those projects until this budget is passed. So I'm on board to vote on this budget tonight. And any little tiny detail that has been missed, I mean, I think that, you know, that's probably just something that would happen with any budget and can be ironed out later. I don't think that any $200 million budget would be perfect. And if it would be, then, I mean, that would be even more amazing. But as it stands, you know, our city manager has taken a budget that was a mess and has made it into something that has been readable and has a lot more details in it, which I have appreciated a lot. It is not perfect, but at this point in time, I am not expecting perfection. I believe that this has been a huge step in the right direction so far. Thank you.
I want to thank my colleagues for the concerns, and I think that one of the things that we need to reflect on is where we have been over the last several months. My very first meeting as a council member was the city manager proposing to us a timeline. And the community can go back and look at what that timeline discussion was. It happened on January 5th. And at the time, what the city manager proposed was that we would do several things each month. And I'm not going to read every item, but I just want to highlight some of the things that we have done, because I do think that it reflects a genuine, not attempt, but a genuine execution, I think, of a budget process that was community-centered and community-engaged. I have been studying the budgets in East Point for at least the last 5 years, and I can tell you, in the times that I have studied the budget, I've never seen this much discussion or this much engagement. And while there are errors and things that I think Councilmember Atkins proposed to fix tonight, the reason why we're able to fix them is because we've gone through this process. So I just want to remind all of us what the process has been. So around January 5th, we got a budget timeline and schedule from the city manager. We then started capital improvement meetings, as well as he started meeting with each of the department heads. And you can go to the city clerk's office to pull down those transcripts, and they've also been made available to the community online. City council then got a CIP, which is the capital improvement projects budget. We got the book, and there were concerns. The city manager and the interim finance director then re-proposed that book to us and hosted community improvement planning meetings where many of the people in this room participated in the process to pick the capital projects that you wanted to see. We heard a lot about water. One of the things that we're trying to do in fixing our water infrastructure requires us to pass a budget so that we can receive the money from the federal government to continue making improvements to our water infrastructure. After that, the city manager gave a presentation. I'll never forget it. It was called Fiscal Outlook, Assumptions and Uncertainties. And in that presentation, I remember him showing us some of the concerns and the headwinds that we were facing. Some of those concerns and headwinds were tariffs we had talked about at the time, as well well as he began to share with us some of the concerns about the inconsistencies in the last 10 years of our budget projections and our budget actuals. After that conversation, there was more departmental oversight meetings. That happened between the weeks of January 21st and February 8th. Then we reached out into February, and we get a second presentation, Fiscal Outlook and Assumptions Part 2. This was about the reserves and the money structure strategy. This is when we learned that we had this pooled cash situation, and I'm still beginning to understand, but essentially it's like this. If you have a savings account, and there are certain things that you're supposed to allocate, for example, your mortgage, your rent, your housing infrastructure, etc., and you put all of that money into one savings account, and you can't figure out, oh, did I put that $100 aside for my mortgage, or did I put that money aside for my electric bill? And so what the city manager and the interim finance director began to tell us was that the pooled cash system was broken because we couldn't figure out by law where we had saved certain pockets of money. And that's really important and critical, as my colleagues have mentioned, related to the audit process. After that, there were options for one-on-one budget meetings. All of us got that. There have been many comments about council members having secret access to some budget meetings. Every council member was invited to a conversation with the city manager and the interim finance director about the budget. You can do an open records request, or you can email me, or I can share it with you. We all had an opportunity to review what was being proposed and to make it known what our concerns were, as well as our hopes and aspirations. We come into March, then we have the community meeting charrette. I think there were over 30 people in attendance at that meeting. After that meeting, there were additional conversations there were several conversations about the electric rate fund, and at that time, one of the things that was proposed and realized was that we have been running a deficit in our electric fund for several years. Part of passing the budget, the city manager, you can see on the agenda that's been provided for you tonight, in order to correct that imbalance, we would have to accept the city manager's proposal to use our MCT, our Municipal Competitive Trust, to close that gap. Then we had, moving on into March and April, there were two deliveries of the budget. I don't have the exact date, but we got a version 1, which we all agreed did not even come close to meeting our expectations for transparency or accountability, and we got a version 2. The version 2 is a document that the community has seen, and for which many of us have had several different town halls. I can tell you that I've had 3 town halls related to helping the community read, understand, and interpret the budget. We then got the week of around the week of April 22nd, I'm not sure the exact date, the city manager had multiple community presentations that were not well attended, I will say that. One presentation, I went back to go look, it was on Zoom. I think there were 1 or 2 residents. I wasn't happy about that. But I also know that there were presentations in this room. We then continue on into June. By state law, the idea is that you would pass a budget to start with the fiscal year of July 1st. The reason why that's important is because when you run beyond that state deadline, you begin to have to use different sources of revenue and funds to close the gap. So let's say that a department has spent all of their money from FY26. We would then need to use reserves, also known as our savings account, to close that gap. So I want to push back on the narrative that A, this has not been collaborative, and B, that this has not been a community-informed process. I also want to tell the community what's in the budget. Some of the things that are in the budget include software to improve the transparency about the budget. We all know that there are many legacy systems in our community that have limited our insight and view into our finances. And so there's $50,000 in there for a program called OpenGov that would allow transparency and tracking, not of just our financial data, but of many other sorts of data. There's also money in there to finish the audit. We've heard about the need to finish these audits, and I want the record to be clear. These audits have been behind for several years, and partly because of, again, our operational systems that make it challenging for us to keep track of documentation and supporting information. The next thing that that I want to note are the capital improvement projects that are in the budget. Again, these are things that you asked for. These are updates to your parks. These are updates to your water. One of the big capital improvement projects in there is us accepting a fire truck to meet a critical need in our community. We understand that in this area, we don't have access to an emergency facility. So what the fire department has done has gone out and got a grant that would allow us to get a fire truck to respond to medical necessities, not just fires. There are legal protections funded in the budget. There's mapping to improve our permit process and our customer care. There are funds for example, our code enforcement to catch businesses that are operating illegal in the city. Part of what I heard in your comments tonight, at least one person mentioned, the way that we found out about that grease trap company was because our code enforcement was doing their job. There's also money for 50 worst properties. There includes money for cybersecurity and ADA compliance. I also heard that mentioned tonight. Not only do we need physical ADA compliance in our streets, we also need them of our intranet, because I continue to hear that communication is a challenge. There is money for Parks and Rec. When we had the special call meeting that lasted over 5 hours on June 23rd, we heard from our Parks and Rec director that we have vandalism happening in our communities, and there's essential funding that would allow him to maintain our parks. There's money to complete the zoning rewrite. I heard comments about wanting the economic development to happen in the city. In order for us to have economic development, we need zoning codes and ordinances that match our aspirations. I could go on, but I want to explain this. This is not a perfect budget by any means, nor do I think that perfection is the expectation when we have an opportunity to support and fund the majority of services that would be offered. Councilmember Atkins' proposal includes reinstating the senior home program, which we heard from the community at one of the public hearings was an important concern, as well as including community stabilization. The community stabilization efforts have previously been called our Office of Equity, Empowerment, and Inclusion. The reason why we are trying to get to community stabilization is because we know that people fall on hard times. And so my hope and my request of our colleagues is that we make decisive action. When we have 38,000 residents and over 600 staff and employees looking to us for direction, I would hope that we have the confidence to act and also understand that this is not our only opportunity to amend a budget. That happens if we need to for any number of reasons. But to hold up our funds for longer periods of time, I am concerned that we minimize and eliminate the opportunity for us to deliver the services that this community needs. I yield.
Thank you. Councilman Friedley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm not going to repeat or belabor the excellent points that have already been made here by my colleagues. But I will say, this budget process has not been secretive, it has not been limited. Has it been perfect? No. But no budget process is. It's an enormous document, an extremely complicated document. And so the expectation that somehow everyone is going to be able to intimately understand what every line item is, I think is a little bit unrealistic. And I don't think that's even necessary. Other than for the council and for the staff. But the point is that we're here now, and Councilmember Atkins has done a tremendous job of doing the yeoman's work to pull this together. I appreciate the conversation that I had with Councilmember Caldwell over the weekend. We've had countless of these conversations for months. And so to the point that we can vote on this budget tonight, which is much, much closer to what we all have said we wanted, given this proposed motion, than we had before. And if there are tweaks that need to happen, we can make the budget amendments that Councilmember Hemming just spoke about. But if people have concerns, This is on the agenda for tonight. Councilmember Atkins brought a specific proposal. If people have specific concerns they want to tweak, we're here now. We're sitting here now. 2 weeks from now, it's not going to get any riper. So I would urge people to be serious, vote on this budget. If you can't vote yes, then vote no. But we need to move on, and we can tweak it later. Thank you.
And I'd like to just like to remind council that I believe the motion on the floor was to open the floor for discussion on the budget, not actual for, I just want to remind you all it's for discussion to open the floor. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And what I'll state is that I greatly appreciate the sentiments of my colleagues. For those who feel very strongly, or however, that they're not able to support the budget this evening, I absolutely respect everyone's vote. To some of the points that have been made, much is not going to change with the proposed budget that the city manager has proposed to us, but for the amendments that we do as a legislative branch of government. So that's why I wanted to hear from my colleagues, hear from the citizens, and I too would have preferred to receive this much earlier, but I actually worked on the document. I came to City Hall this morning, to Councilmember Cummings' point. I've been here since 10 o'clock this morning because I met with Councilmember Caldwell last week. She wanted to talk with me about some concerns that she had. At that point, I was a hard no, and I moved. And so I've included some of those things here because, to Councilmember Mitchell's point, everybody's not going to get everything they want. And so I thought that if I were able to add those things in, making sure that we restored the dollars for our senior home repair program, making sure that we had a match for the $500,000 for our Georgia Department of Community Affairs, making sure that this body also cut its budgets by 10%, just as the departments were able to do, making sure that we address fire safety and putting in dollars. Councilmember Cummings reached out to me, and I said, let me go back and let me see if I can figure this out. Every time we add something, we have to go back and subtract something because the state law requires that we pass a zero balance budget. So every time we want to add something, it's not that we can keep all the things that we have. And I sat with Ms. Cartwright today up until I said, I have to go home and change. And it was 5 o'clock. Because we kept trying to figure out where we would find the dollars to even add the things in that I have reprogrammed as a proposal for my colleagues to consider based on what we heard from the division heads and also from the public. And I will just state that, again, I spoke with the bean counters, I listened to the public, I heard the colleagues. Everyone is not going to get everything in here. I know that some members of this body is not comfortable moving forward tonight, but I am ready to put forward a motion because we need to make sure that we pass a budget so that we can close out FY26 and we can start to have our auditors start to audit that so that we're not further behind. I yield.
Councilman Mitchell.
Thank you, and once again, thank you, Councilman Atkins. However, I think it's concerning that, you cannot dismiss your colleagues. And if it would take even longer, I just want everyone to think about this. If we try to pass a budget tonight and it fails, we have to wait 60 days. One more week, I'm just can't shove 50 motions down your colleague's throat without a proper conversation. We may agree, we may not agree. It's worth having a discussion, and that's usually what work session is for. 1 week, we can pass it during work session. However, if you just dismiss the concerns, a budget should not be based off the vision of one council member. We work as a body. I appreciate the work, I just don't agree with getting this 15, 20 minutes ago and asking me, and there's plenty of initiatives or things that other people may want that need to be taken into consideration. I definitely do not feel, I mean, there's things I don't want to call out right now, but I don't feel comfortable with this. There's actually other funds available that we've already identified and earmarked that could be allocated. Or initiative programs for seniors, grant writers. It's fine, we don't have to. We don't have to. I know, it's fine. But the city will be funded, the city's not gonna burn down. We wait a week to properly talk about this, but to come in here 10 minutes and expect to make 50 motions, I'm not even sure what that would look like. Will we have to make a motion for each one?
No.
Madam City Attorney?
I think that's going to have to be at the will of the council, right? Unless you take it as a whole, there may be certain things that get approved and certain things that don't, if that's what you're asking about whether or not voting on this. But the way it's been presented, it looks like a package based on the sources and the give me 1 second. The reprogramming, doing it piece by piece is probably gonna make all the numbers really janky.
Back on, okay. My thing is, you have a body, you have colleagues, maybe they have ideas that could be included. And I appreciate the wait once again, but this is, I don't think, we definitely need more discussion around this, at least a work session. That's typically what that is for. I see it's on the agenda, and I caution, if half of your colleagues or a good portion of your colleagues don't feel comfortable with that, and the motion is made, it's going to defeat the purpose of trying to pass the budget quickly. Now you.
Okay, Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you. So the thing I wanted to mention, and I feel like it's pretty important. So one, I want to go back to a comment that was made earlier about the just importance of budget preparation and the information that's needed for us to get an understanding of what we're looking at so that we can amend, change items. So one, this is about the budget preparation, specifically about the city manager. The city manager's message shall explain the budget both in fiscal terms and in terms of the work program. It shall outline the proposed financial policies of the city and for the ensuing fiscal year, describe the important features of the budget, indicate any major changes from the current year and financial policies, expenditures, and revenues together with the reasons for such changes, summarizing the city's debt position, and include such other materials as the city manager deems desirable. This is Section 5101, Budget Preparation and Submission. So yes, as my colleague mentioned, it is right that we have been invited to many conversations. I've personally, and I know my other colleagues have personally requested information in alignment with what I just read, and we have not received it. There are consolidated line items in this budget. There are talks of illegal, incorrect, unauthorized, unexplained salary increases that still have not been explained to us. When we are talking about a deficit, when we are talking about we have to hold on to our purse strings just a little bit closer and stop any unnecessary spending, how can we also justify not providing council with enough information to see if there are illegal salary increases? If we needed to take money from that line item and repurpose it somewhere else that's needed in this budget so that we could continue to run the city the way that we have, we cannot make that decision. And that is the problem.
Sorry. We will hear from the council members only at this time, please. Councilwoman Caldwell, are you still on?
Yes, I'm still in. When we speak about collaboration, we've done a lot of collaboration with the community. The collaboration I'm speaking about is council. We don't collaborate, I'll be honest. It took for a phone call last week for us to start collaborating and putting our differences to the side so that we could get to a place where Councilmember Atkins has built up this budget. That had not happened before last Wednesday. This is what we needed. And I'm glad that every council member also opted to put whatever differences that we have on this stage aside so that we could get to this discussion. But to be presented with something 10 minutes before, I have a tracker, it doesn't have everything that's listed here. There are a few small things that, yes, we need to put into this, but I think it just requires a little conversation and the ability for us to digest this. We can have a special call meeting. We can put a meeting on the books so that we can discuss this, and I would personally like to see these revisions made. There's some people that have a lot of trust in not only council but the city manager, but like Councilmember Martin Rogers said earlier, I've personally made several motions requesting for information that have gone ignored. So to think that an amendment and a revision 2 months later will capture the things that I've asked for in the budget, it doesn't align. I don't know how I could. We need to make the request for the changes. We need to see a revised copy of that, something for the public, for us, and then we can make a vote. But this notion that we're not working together or we're taking a long time, we haven't put forth the effort, and we need to.
Thank you. I'm sorry, thank you, Councilwoman Caldwell. And then Councilwoman Hemming, and then at that point, Council, we would have been on 2 rounds of discussion for this opening on the floor, but Councilman Freely was the only one that still has like another round. So Councilwoman Hemming.
Yes, 2 things. One, part of the budget process is that the city manager proposes the budget and then council makes amendments. And so I think that I have heard several times is the appetite to do. And so what I would like council to consider is suspending Rule 8 and Rule 15 so that we can have the discussion. Rule 8 is the debate limits that say that we have 3 minutes and how many rounds. Let's do the people's work tonight. We're here, we're convened, let's do it. So I'd like to make a motion to suspend Rule 8 so we can discuss these items tonight in the public session to understand what the continuing heartburn is in order to consider voting on this budget.
I'll second that.
Madam Mayor, that requires 2/3 of a vote. I would also bring your attention to Rule 2, temporary suspension of rules, amendments of rules. Any rule not provided for by city charter or city ordinance other than Chapter 2 may be temporarily suspended by a vote of 2/3 of all the members during a single meeting and shall not be repealed, altered, or amended unless by concurrence of a 2/3 of all of the members at 2 consecutive regular scheduled meetings. So for there to be a temporary suspension of the rule, it must be any rule not provided for by city charter, and Rule 8 is not in the city charter, or city ordinance other than Chapter 2. Rule 8 is in Chapter 2.
So does that mean we cannot suspend the rule to have the discussion?
That is my interpretation of Rule 2.
And you need 2/3 of the vote.
Well,
So
she's saying that we can't.
Okay.
No. So I'll withdraw my second.
Councilwoman Hemming, you will need to withdraw your motion then.
Can you restate Rule 2, Madam City Attorney?
Yes, and if we can put it up so you guys can read along. It says, any rule not provided for by city charter or city ordinance, and then in the parentheticals it says, other than Chapter 2, may be temporarily suspended. So any rule not in the charter and or the city ordinance other than Chapter 2 may be temporarily suspended by 2/3.
Would it die from a lack of a second?
Say that again?
Would it die from a lack of a second?
Yes, it can die for lack of a
I
second
believe
as
he
well.
just withdrew his second.
Yeah, but she asked the question.
Oh,
I was
I'm
just
sorry, I'm
responding
sorry.
to her question.
Yes.
If we can't suspend the rules, I don't know how else to have a conversation about it. I don't,
Access. I'm sorry.
I don't, okay. Concluding my comments, I hear that there is additional need for clarity, and so what I'm not understanding is why we're not taking the opportunity to get clarity. I hear the concerns that I think the statement was made that we are a democratic kind of body, meaning that there has to be discussion and deliberation, and I think it's also clear by many of the comments that have been made that what has been presented reflects much of what's been desired and much of what's been discussed by the community and also by council. And so I don't understand the continued apprehension to hold up $195 million. We're saying that based on what's been presented, there's $2 million that needs to be reprogrammed, and maybe more, I don't know. But what I see here are reflecting the things that the staff told us and the community told us. One of the most critical things that we heard from the community was to maintain the senior home repair program and to maintain the functions of community stabilization, and that does this. So I would ask my colleagues, maybe we should put this item back on the screen for everybody to digest. Madam Mayor reminded us that we're still in the discussion to open the floor, so we still have an opportunity to discuss, because we haven't even opened the floor for discussion yet. So I would hope that council would understand the time sensitivity of what's before us, mainly because we need to accept funds from the federal and state government that I would hope would not be rescinded because we are refusing to act on behalf of our community. So I yield in this round, and I hope for continued discussion when the floor finally does open for discussion.
Okay. Councilwoman, okay. So we're finished with this round of discussion for opening up the floor. So we're still on the motion, Madam City Attorney, I just want clarity, of opening the floor. We're in discussion. Do I call the vote now and then open up the floor to, or can call the vote now, open up the floor for, I guess, the city manager to make his presentation, and then the council will have an opportunity to vote?
I think the latter, what you said, is appropriate. If there's a presentation that you guys need to hear for determination of a vote, but you will need to keep in mind the rule about the 60 days of, if it fails, we've got 60 days for the motion to come back.
Okay.
Point of information, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
So the 60-day rule, Madam Attorney, if a motion were to be made, that same motion cannot come back, but a different motion can come for a passage of the budget. Is that correct?
Let me go to the rule. Rule 26, re-entertainment of motion. A motion that has been presented to council may not be presented again for a period of 60 days unless there has been extraordinary changes. We've gone through that before. That will warrant such action. Extraordinary changes must be approved by 2/3 vote of the council. So if there is an extraordinary change, then that same motion can come back once there's been an approval of there being an extraordinary change to bring that motion back. I think that that's a fine line. If it's a motion to approve the budget, it's a motion to approve the budget, even though the budget may look different. I think it's still the same motion. It's just what's attached to it is different.
So if the amendment is different, so if there's a motion with an amendment to the proposed FY27 budget and it says all of these things, but that if that fails, then another amendment at some other point can be made to amend the proposed FY27 budget, and that would be different from the previous amendment, is really my question.
But I think the motion is the motion to approve the FY27 budget. You can't amend it because you haven't approved it yet.
Right, but, so the budget that we're currently operating under, the FY26 budget?
Yes,
Is an
month to
amended
month.
budget. We amended that budget with 2 amendments. The motion was to amend that budget. I made the very first motion because there were dollars in the Ward B at-large account to move those dollars to be used for, I moved them to Public Works for city facilities because I did not request the dollars. Councilmember Butler made a motion to move the council communication, the council events from the clerk's office to the city manager's office.
That was it. Yes,
And
that
so
was last
then
year.
that amendment passed, and so then we approved the FY26 budget with those 2 amendments.
You amended the FY26 budget, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but I think your question to me was about FY27.
Correct. So if a motion, just like 26, if a motion were made to approve the FY27 budget with X amendment, pass or fail, let's say that fails. If another motion comes later and the amendment is different, is not the same amendment, may not have the same things.
I just don't think you can get to an amendment of something that you haven't approved yet. Right? Like, you don't have a 27 budget yet.
Correct. We didn't have a 26 budget.
When you did the 2 items you're talking about,
It was a proposed budget. The motion was to amend the proposed FY26 budget to move whatever the dollars were out of the Ward B
Yeah, I
at-large
don't
account
recall.
to Public Works. That passed. And then there was another motion to the proposed FY26 budget.
but then when did the budget get approved?
That
In
night.
that same night?
After those 2 amendments passed, we approved the FY26 budget with those 2 amendments.
So you amended the city manager's budget to include those 2
Those
items
2
that you're
amendments,
talking
that is
about.
correct.
And so you're proposing for the FY27 that you want to do a motion to, give it to me one more time.
There is a motion to approve the FY27 budget with an amendment.
And that fails.
Correct. So later, somebody can make another motion. because
With a new amendment.
Correct, because that happened last year. Because there was, I think, another vote, and that vote didn't pass, and then we had another amendment, and then Councilmember Butler made an amendment, and then that passed, and we approved the FY26 budget with those 2 amendments.
And you're thinking that with 2 different amendments, but the same base motion, a motion to approve the 27 budget with the 2 different amendments wouldn't trigger the 60 days? Is that
It's
your
my question. If the amendment is different, has different things, supports different things, has different programs, all of that, it's not the same amendment. So then it's not the same motion to pass the FY27 budget because the amendment is different. So that is my question.
So I think it's a fine line. I think that there are probably going to be multiple interpretations of Rule 26, right? Because it is not specific to whether or not the motion, it has to be the exact same motion. In your example, the motion is the same, the amendments are different, and so your question is whether or not it makes the motion the same. I think that's going to have to be a policy decision that you guys make, because it can fall either way, that the 60 days would be triggered with the same motion, a motion to accept the 27 budget with the amendments, or it could come down on the other way, that the amendments make the motion different, right? So
Correct.
I think that whatever you can get support for at this point would be appropriate, but I can see it being interpreted both ways.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, council, the motion on the floor right now is to open the budget item for consideration. We had a motion and a second, and we've had discussion. So, all those in favor?
Wait a second. What was it?
The motion that was on the floor was to open the floor for discussion for the, right, but you didn't vote. And we had discussion on the, we had a second, and then we did discussion, and we didn't have a vote. Okay, Council?
Would it be the first reading first? Would that be the next? Okay.
Okay,
All right.
can we just confirm where we are in the process, please? We opened the floor, Councilwoman Hemmings opened the floor for the budget, Councilman Atkins seconded, then we went into discussion. So right now, that's why I was calling for the vote.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
the last, Councilmember Hemming would like for council to consider to suspend Rule 8 to discuss those items, and that's what Atkins seconded last. That was the last motion made. And then, before that. Oh, sorry, that. Sorry, just scrolling through my notes.
I'm waiting for her to confirm where we are in the process so that we can go to the next phase, which would be to vote on yea or nay on the budget.
Vote or no vote, the discussion can change. You guys discussed the budget, right? You discussed, and the motion was made to open the floor.
For discussion, the discussion was had. I thought I heard a unanimous vote to open the floor for discussion. I think that's what Madam Clerk is looking for. But even by getting a yay now, I don't think the discussion would be different unless there's more discussion that needs to occur.
So, okay, so then the next step would be to,
No, waive the first reading, right?
If that's what if someone wants to make a motion,
yeah, we
then
need,
yes.
I need a motion.
We can't vote until we waive the first reading,
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
But she's trying to get what the vote was on opening the discussion.
I thought we just did. Okay.
The discussion, yeah, that's what I'm saying. The discussion, we didn't vote. We said yes, and that's what I'm saying. So we still need to open the floor for discussion. I mean, not discussion, for the vote. You still need to call the vote for opening, not the budget, but opening the floor.
I thought you got that. I think the clerk can tell us whether you got a yay vote on that.
Did we get a yay? Can you do a call? Can you do a confirmation on the vote to open the floor for discussion on the budget?
I don't have that written down when it was said.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, if you need it for record keeping, I think it's appropriate to get the vote. I believe it's going to be a unanimous yay, but we can get the vote so it can be notated, and then you can move on to the budget vote, if there is one.
Okay.
Hold on, y'all. Can I had a question really quick. So when this item came up, isn't the first motion made is to open the floor for discussion? So that
was made.
We wouldn't have a discussion if that motion was never made.
Yes, you're tracking. What the mayor is asking is, did she ever call for the vote on the motion to open the floor for discussion? And what I'm saying is, whether you did or didn't, y'all have discussed it.
I think we had to have the discussion. You see what I mean?
I agree.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we We don't
Okay,
have the
so we
notation.
can, if it's not necessary to call a vote, and this is, I'm understanding, I asked for a motion, the motion was second, we went into discussion. We still need to call a vote. I'm calling a vote. All those in favor? All those opposed?
No, this is just to, she never got the vote, she's saying, on whether the discussion, on the motion to open the floor for discussion. That's all that is.
Okay, so now let's do it, okay. So we have the motion has passed, we have open the floor. Now we can move on to the vote on the discussion and possible action on the acceptance of the City of East Point's FY 2027 budget. Go ahead, Councilwoman Hemming.
Madam Mayor, can we put the item that was presented to us back on the screen so that we can discuss that item? The spreadsheet, the motion, the package that we got?
We need a motion.
We need a motion to put the item up?
Not to put the item on the, okay, if you want to put the item, okay, go ahead. You can put it on the screen, but I'm just confused as to where we are in the process.
Madam Mayor, you were correct.
You're on number 2 still, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so do we have the,
Okay,
so what is the motion, is there a motion on the floor for the item number 2?
Madam Mayor, based on the vote we just took, we're now in discussion about the budget. And so I'm asking my colleagues if we can discuss the amendments, the proposed amendments that have not been made or formalized via a motion yet, but if we could discuss them publicly right now, so that even if we're moving this to a work session, we're clear what we need from staff to consider what changes by work session.
I understand that, but what I'm trying to get to is regardless of whether we discuss it now or what would be the next step, because we can go into discussion of this, and discussion of this will not end until someone decides that they are calling for a motion of some sorts. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
It does, however, my understanding was that you just did that as record keeping, not that you were truly reopening discussion.
Right, my record keeping was to make sure that the record showed that we opened the floor for discussion we opened the floor for the item number 2, and in that we've had our discussion. So that is, the opening of that item has been closed. Now we are in that item, discussing that item, but there is no motion on the floor for anything, in particular in regards to this item. So there's no motion regarding item number 2, except for, okay. Councilwoman Mitchell? Or,
Oh, I'm just waiting if there's a discussion on this. So if there's no motion, I guess I would ask this. So if there's no discussion, I guess next procedurally would be to waive the first reading. And if nobody takes any action on that, do we move to the next item? Because we just had like an hour discussion on this.
right.
Madam City Attorney.
Yes, I'm just trying to think of a way to explain this to capture what happened.
Okay.
There was a motion to open the floor for discussion. I don't recall who made it, and we don't have it written down by the clerk. Okay? Somebody seconded that motion.
Correct.
Had to,
Correct.
because we got to discussion some kind of way, right? The mayor was concerned that after the second, she went into discussion on the motion to open the floor for discussion and never got a vote.
I think we voted.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh, that was, okay.
And so rather than discussing the motion to open the floor for discussion, you guys actually discussed
Yeah,
the budget.
got you.
And so she just called for the vote to close out the
discussion.
motion to open the floor for discussion, because We don't know what it was,
Got
unfortunately.
you. So what the next question would be, is any other action going to be taken on this item?
Exactly. What
Okay.
is the next action? And that's what she just asked.
Okay.
And it was silent. There wasn't, no one made a motion to waive the first read
Okay.
to then go to the motion to pass the budget.
Well, I would suggest we put this on the work session. Thank you.
Is that a motion?
I'll make a motion. Are you going to call who says?
Hold on 1 second. You said you want. Okay, so hearing, just like I said, hearing no motion, there is no action before the council on this item.
Madam Mayor,
We're
I
in
was
for a
in,
motion.
and then
Okay.
I had the
Go
floor,
ahead.
and then
Go
we
ahead,
went to the
Councilman
city.
Hemming,
Okay,
and then
so
Councilman Atkins. Go ahead.
what I'm trying to understand is we heard concerns about reducing several items from the city manager's office to include the $443,000 of community concerts. We heard a desire to minimize additional and unnecessary events while not programming dollars to provide essential services. We heard a request about reducing the size of the legal budget, which is done here. It moves from 1.75 million to 1.35. We also heard a concern about the IT uniforms and other uniforms. We heard about additional contract positions being in IT, and then these other non-departmental activities. Madam City Clerk, could you go back to the proposed amendment before us? So if I'm understanding the request of Councilmember Atkins, that I want to be clear, reflects several conversations amongst several council colleagues, not violating any Open Meetings Act, but there have been many conversations leading us to this point. So I'm a little bit concerned that there is a reflection that there hasn't been collaboration, or that the collaboration has been minimal. Because I can look at each of these line items and I can see certain things that I know certain council members asked for that are reflected here. I can tell the public that I asked for the associate judges to be restored because Madam Chief Judge came before us on June 23rd and said that that had been inappropriately removed because it was in temporary employee status. There was also lots of comments about education and training being restored because we needed to meet the legal requirements for many departments. And I see the proposed reprogramming includes all, I believe, of the education and training that have been cut out. I remember the Planning and Community Development Director asking for essential money so that she could continue administering the rewrite. That didn't make it in, but I asked for it. Let's see what else. I asked for the medical services for the jail to be restored. That's there. And I think those reflect most of the things that I asked for. Oh, and I also asked for the code enforcement benefits to be restored. So what I'm curious about, and I would like to understand from council, there were comments made that said that the priorities communicated had not been accounted for. And so I'm asking my colleagues, what are those remaining items that have not been accounted for? Because even if we move this to work session, we have to give some directive, we have to do something, or we'll be at the same point a week from now and a week after that. So I'm asking what's missing with this proposed amendment.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Martin.
Yeah, and I hear you, but I think the main thing that is missing is the June 15th directive that was given to the city manager. Why don't we start there? Why don't we start there with what was asked of this council unanimously in reference to this budget? I mean, I don't understand why we are negating the fact that council made a unanimous decision and we are not well, you're not holding the city manager accountable, so there's that one piece. There's my issue with it to begin with, number one. We had a unanimous vote taken, and that was not followed. Number two, I've heard council colleagues say that there's a desire for more collaboration, and I think that it is insensitive to continue going on about this on the record. They have things that they want to put in this budget on the record for their own edification. There's also a meeting that is going to be held on Thursday, a community meeting for additional input. So the least that this council can do is give those council members the opportunity to meet with their constituents and get additional questions asked. The other issue is this. There have been countless requests made for a work session. A work session is in what? Today is Monday. We have about 4 days, 5 days for the next work session. What is the issue? If this information that is presented here goes into that budget and we have a hard document, then that is fine. But we don't have anything. We have a city manager that does not follow directives, and you want to pass off $200 million sight unseen based upon amendments. Amendments, I would like to add, that we've never gotten one his entire time that he's been here to amend the budget for the proposed $27 million deficit. So it's a definite no for me. So what I will ask of this council is that this be moved to a work session, like I have heard 3 or 4 times on this council, and Mr. Jones comes back with what was asked of him on June 15th. No one is discussing that. But it's a push for this budget, but no one has said, hey, wait a minute, why don't we get the itemization that was asked June 15th? Madam City Clerk, can you also read the state law as it relates to the budget? Do you have the state law? You sent it to us in the email. Can you read that for the record? Like, we can very easily move on from this if there is consideration for other council members. There doesn't seem to be a consideration, so. Can you read the state law? I'm sorry, I think I asked you that. All right, thank you.
To the law about the month-to-month?
Yes.
That's our city, that's city code.
No, there was a state law, Madam City Clerk, that you emailed to us in regards to the budget. I'll see if I can find it. But I'll yield it. I'll yield it this time.
I will locate it for you. If
Thank
you guys
you.
want to continue the conversation, I'll let you know once I find it.
I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay, it seems like we have some more discussion from Councilman Atkins, and then we can move on after he's had his discussion to the next item. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just like to say that in terms of collaboration, what was presented this evening that I read in terms of reprogramming of dollars and making sure that we found in the budget where we would be able to cut to cover the things that wanted to be added, that these were not Councilman Atkins only considerations, that I did collaborate with colleagues. Colleagues reached out. We had conversations. Councilman Mitchell, you did state that my colleagues' concerns should not be dismissed. I hope that my comments and the presentation have not been presented in such a way that you would feel that I'm dismissing, because I literally have been on the phone with colleagues all day today, which is represented in this document. So my intent is not to dismiss anyone. It was really to make sure that we were to be able to bring the things that people said they would like to see and bring that before this body. So to characterize the presentation or the idea of the discussion as a dismissal, I just wanted to state for the record that that is not my intent. My intent was to listen to colleagues. I stated that I had a meeting with Councilmember Caldwell last week. She reached out. Councilmember Cummings has reached out. Other council members have reached out, and I tried to my very best to consolidate those things and put them in this document. I don't know what else or where else we would get the dollars, and perfectly fine with making a motion to waive the first read, and we can take a vote.
Second.
Or yeah, we could take a vote on it.
I was in for discussion.
Councilwoman Caldwell?
I was in for discussion before this motion, if I could.
Well, now there's
It's
a motion
there was a second, now we can have discussion.
Okay.
on waiving of the first read.
I call for the question, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead. What was it? Where is it?
The question is all those in favor to waive the first reading of the budget.
Right, there was a question, if you're in favor of waiving the reading of the first budget, and there was a
Madam
motion,
Mayor,
there was a second.
The
Yes.
calling for the question is not automatic, right? If you have someone in for discussion, just because there's an ask for call for the question, the rules say that you have to get a vote to call for the question if somebody doesn't want to vote yet. That's what Robert Rules of Order says.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, call it.
All those in favor? She said you had to make a vote to call for the discussion, call for the.
She said that it's not automatic. Point of information. Madam Mayor, point of information.
Go ahead.
From the city attorney, could you please repeat what you just said, please, Madam City Attorney?
A call for the question is not automatic. The person calling for the question is only suggesting that they want to stop the debate and go to the vote. But if there are people in, right, to call for the question requires a second and then a vote on whether or not to call for the question. If that doesn't pass, then you can call for the question. If it does, then you go to the discussion that someone may have had despite the call for the question.
Okay, is there a second for the motion to call for the question?
Point of information, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Madam City Attorney, the motion on the floor was to waive the first reading. There was a second.
That's
And
right.
so at that point, there was not a call for discussion. And so at that point, do we need to make sure that we call for discussion on that motion?
Yes.
So there was never a call for discussion.
There should be discussion on the motion to waive the first read.
Correct.
That's what you started to do, Councilwoman Caldwell. She started doing it. Councilwoman Caldwell started her discussion on the motion to waive the first reading at the
Correct.
second.
Her discussion was something else.
What we were just talking about before he,
Right.
I was in when Councilmember Atkins was in. He just went first before me. But my light was on before he made the question.
Respectfully, Madam Mayor, all the discussion that was had was just had. There was no motion ever on the floor to have that motion, to have the discussion in the first place, right? Now there is a motion on the floor. There is a second to that motion. So you can properly go in discussion and hear from your counsel that want to speak.
Go ahead.
I don't know if this is aligned with the motion, but I will say, what I was going to say is, I would have an appetite for looking at what is not listed here. If there are any things, I know there are some things that I could give up as far as money in the budget so that we could accommodate what is needed. I do think the things that we may request are going to be small in nature. What I would like to see, though, not a vote on the budget, but a revised version of our ask from tonight that could be prepared for maybe a special call meeting before the work session in which we could vote on what we've had some consensus around. That was it.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Ziegler has her hand up.
Councilwoman Ziegler?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. And after listening to my council colleagues, I would just like to offer that I'm not really sure what seeing another iteration of the budget is going to do. I know that, we can certainly take a vote with amendments, and that will, that is law, and that we don't need to somehow wait for another special called meeting where we get another book that shows these amendments that may or may not happen. So I am still wanting to just vote on this tonight. I don't see any reason to delay this vote any longer. I'm not sure why there is a community meeting on Thursday when there's been months and months already to source resident opinions on what they want to see in the budget. And I think that it's unfair to both the residents and staff and to us to further delay this vote. We need to take this seriously and just pass a budget. I mean, for as much, as people love to say that we're behind in our audits and that we're behind in this and that, I mean, being behind and passing a budget is a big deal. And it's not a good look for anybody, especially for our city that already has been having issues with, getting things done in a timely manner. And I think that the only people that we can look to blame is ourselves on this dais as it starts from the top. Thank you.
Councilman Mitchell?
I was going to ask if everyone is done. Can we call the question, please? I was just checking. Are we still doing rounds, or? I still would love to move this to work session. Madam City Attorney, if we don't waive the first reading, how would that work? Would it automatically go to the next meeting? Right, so it will go to our next meeting, right? Okay, we're talking about this for hours, y'all. This is irritating. Can we just make a decision? It's not going to pass now. Thank you.
I'm in,
So
Madam Mayor.
what is the appetite or discussion, or what is it that council would like to do? We'd like to move to the next agenda item?
There's a motion on the floor to waive the first reading. We would have
Okay.
to call that question to vote it up or down.
So let's vote. All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry.
This is the last thing I'll say on this item. One of my primary concerns is a conflation between HR accountability and holding up a budget for over 600 staff and 38,000 residents. There have been several comments made that suggested that this body has not acted to hold one person accountable. But what council has not described to you is where we are in the performance review process. You can watch the HR committee meetings that did not convene as they were supposed to this month. You can go back and watch motions made after executive session. So to conflate the budget as if this budget somehow personally benefits a single person is immature and it's irresponsible. I am very, very concerned about our ability to get federal and state dollars that are waiting to be presented to us as early as this week. So this is not an opportunity to dismiss anybody. If a motion has been made and it has not been followed, we have HR processes to administer that. So conflating the budget and council on this dais not taking accountability for lack of action and not being honest and forthright about the actions that have not happened is very, very concerning to me. This is not about the city manager. This is about 600 plus staff. This is about 38,000 residents who are waiting for delivery of services. So I understand that there's not an appetite, but I will also ask what's missing from the conversation is a conflation of two different issues, and that's not fair to the community that is expecting services to be delivered. And to make it seem like this is immaterial, if it was immaterial, state law would not suggest that you need a budget to operate in a new fiscal year. If that was the case, we would just willy-nilly not pass a budget. It's the most important document of the city. So if the animus is about a person, I am very, very concerned about the decision-making and the decisiveness of this body to do the work of the people. So colleagues, if you don't have an appetite, that's fair. But my concern is simply this: when will we vote? There's been a recommendation for it to move to work session. What is going to happen between now and work session? There's been a recommendation for a special called meeting. Do the work of the people or don't. But stop pretending like there are not processes to hold the city manager accountable.
Okay, Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, and talk about fair. I love it. What's not fair is that a motion was made unanimously for the city manager to come back with what we needed in order to pass a budget filled with accountability and transparency, and it has not happened. And then at the 11th hour, we're presented with a document, and let's go ahead and pass it. We can make budget amendments at a later time. No. The budget document is the most important document of the city, and you know whose job it is to prepare it? The city manager. So let's talk about accountability. Accountability starts with this council holding the city manager accountable for when he's provided a directive, he should do it. That's it. That's the bottom line. So you can sit and pontificate all you want to. There's a matter of public record. In fact, it's been 4 directives provided to the city manager that he has not, excuse me, I'm talking. I hear noise at the, thank you.
Yes,
I have the floor. Thank you. So while we're talking about fairness, while we're talking about transparency, let's talk about it. But be real, he hasn't done what he's supposed to do, but you want us to pass a budget sight unseen. No, I report to the residents of this city, not the city manager. Thank you, and I'll yield.
I'll let this.
Madam Mayor, may I have the floor?
Councilwoman, does anyone want to yield that time so the city manager can speak? Do you, Councilman Mitchell?
This is really quick. I'll be quick.
And then Councilman Atkins.
Because
and then,
we talk about
Councilman
conflation of issues. You at like 6 days, essential staff will be paid. Nothing will change, literally. We're not going to build construction and plans. The city will not burn down because we want to take and have consideration for your colleagues. And it's conflation. Everyone in here, we don't have to pass the budget if we're not prepared, if we don't have information. We want to make informed decisions. That's all we want to do. Why even look at the budget? We're just going to pass it without consideration, without the information. It's not going to harm anything. Cities have done, we went 1 year, they didn't pass the budget till November. I'm not saying that we do that, but it's being suggested that we take an extra week, we get input from other people who have been elected, while we having a meeting on Thursday, because we want to hear from our constituents. We want to hear from our seniors. We just can't disregard them. Because you want to pass a budget to pass a budget. That should not be how this works. You listen to people who are not in this position. Just pass the budget. We would be okay. The more input we have from everybody, the more well-rounded and well thought out this will be. Everybody up here brings their own experiences, have their own suggestions, and that should be reflected in a well-balanced budget. It's not just 1 or 2 people trying to put something through. Like I said, once again, I appreciate the work that Councilman Atkins put into this, but that's not fair to everybody else. That's not fair to their constituents. All we're asking for is a week. We can collaborate within that week. I mean, this is good. Maybe if we all, because I'm pretty sure we all have a spreadsheet. If we can all put together the spreadsheet like Councilman Atkins, have a conversation at a work session, and to come to a real consensus on this, I believe everybody will feel better about this. But just to give us something 10 minutes, 20 minutes ago and ask us to pass it without even okay, some consideration, but there's definitely things in here that I want to see, and I'm hearing things that other council members are not want to see in here also. They might want to see constituent services, senior services, more than, there's a lot of things that need to be incorporated into this without us having to go back and amend it. No, that's fine. And instead of us sitting about this and arguing about it all night, just accept this is not going to pass tonight. And can we please move on from this? And have some consideration. Thank you.
We have Councilman Atkins, and then Councilwoman Ziegler is on.
Madam Mayor, I'll yield first to the city manager. I think that he wanted to get in and say a few words.
Thank you. I wanted to share, I think and maybe this is the option, going back to something I mentioned before, passing the budget with a mandatory that will have an amendment in a month. The reason I say that is because we're in amendment territory anyway. Our fiscal year is being extended an additional month, and 2027 is being shortened a month. And so the numbers and the budget was based around a 12-month fiscal year. Where we're going now is going to change that no matter what we do, even if we say approve it mid-month or next week or the week after. That's significant enough to have a budget amendment anyway. So my recommendation would be to pass the budget as is with a mandatory amendment to come back before council in 30 days.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The thing that I'll say is that I was hearing my colleague, Councilmember Martin Rogers, about having the city manager to go back to put the things in that this body has asked for so that it's reflective in the budget. However, the reason that the city manager has given us his proposed budget, it is for us to collaborate and to come to a consensus, because he cannot just create revenue. So if we want to add 10,000 things, 10 things, 20 things, whatever those things may be, he has got to have the revenue to be able to cover those things. And when he then starts to go through the budget to cut here to make sure he adds those things, then someone is going to be upset because he took the money from somewhere that they did not want him to take the dollars from. That is why it's incumbent upon us to decide what things we want to include in the budget so that we can amend the budget and then also decide where those dollars would come from. Councilmember Mitchell, I am 1,000% okay with any amendment. We don't have to pass this. If there are things that a council member would like to see in the budget, by all means, let's discuss it, let's put it here, and then decide where it's going to come from to be able to cut it so that we can get a budget passed, and so the city manager and all of the city employees can move forward with executing on the services for the FY27 fiscal year. I yield.
Councilwoman Ziegler.
Yes, thank you. Oh, hold on one moment. So, I'm just sitting here listening to my colleagues debate back and forth, and I just want to reiterate a few things. Number one, there have been no secret meetings. The city manager has offered each and every one of us individual meetings to make sure that, that our voices were heard and that we could put into place in this budget what we wanted. If you decided not to participate in that, that is on you. I have not heard anything additional from my council colleagues so far tonight that has not been put in the amendments that Councilman Atkins has drafted. So if there's nothing else to add to these amendments, then I don't know what the purpose of delaying this budget further would be. The next thing is that, you know, I don't understand why we're still sourcing opinions from residents and other constituents. That has passed. We are July 6th, you know, and I just can't believe that we're still doing that. You know, that boat has sailed, I mean, there has to be a time when we have to end that so that we can pass this budget and move on. Saying that there's still, you know, people that haven't been heard. Well, if that's the case, then the council representatives from that ward did not do their due diligence early enough in this process to make sure that that happened. And, you know, it sucks that that has happened now, but I mean, we as council have to come prepared to these meetings, and I am very frustrated that it has come down to this, where our residents and our staff are being, you know, subjected to not having this budget passed. It seems like simply because there are council members on this dais who have not done their due diligence to make sure that the residents' voices have been heard. And that really sucks for everybody. And so again, we need to pass this budget tonight. We have grants that are on the line. We have projects that need to get started. I know that my residents in my ward are very eager and chomping at the bit for a lot of the capital improvements that are budgeted to take place, because, you know, our legacy residents have been here for a very long time and they want nice things too. And the only way to get these projects started is to get this budget passed. So please, let's take this job seriously and get this budget passed tonight.
Thank you. All right, Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you. I'm not sure how, and this may be to Councilmember Atkins, to add this to the spreadsheet. What I would like to remove from my budget is the additional funding from previous council, all of the insurance, Medicare, defined benefit, workers' compensation, totaling $14,997. I also mentioned earlier that customer care training, the 911 numbers, revenue or financial numbers, they're non-existent in the budget. It's a duplicate of code enforcement twice. So there aren't any numbers for us to even look at that department and determine if they had training in education, if they requested any training in education. And so not only do we need to kind of come to a consensus around things, but we still need information from the city manager's office so we know what we're taking out and putting back in. That's just one change that I can suggest to make tonight. I still want to see a revised budget. I think that this isn't just for us, but it is also for residents. When we adopt or approve a budget, they should have access to what we adopted or approved. They should not be looking at a budget that has illegal salaries in it. They shouldn't be looking at a budget that doesn't even have department financial information. They shouldn't be looking at a budget that has an imbalanced electric fund by $6 million. They shouldn't look at that. And to say that it would take 30 days for them to get a copy of what the budget looks like, the most important document that we would approve in this city, it's unacceptable. I want to see the revised budget. I'm willing to have the discussion around what Councilmember Atkins, what can be added to Councilmember Atkins' document, but I want to see the revised version of this so the next meeting we can actually approve a document. I'll yield.
All right, Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
All right, and this is it for me, too. The current budget contains an illegal salary increase for mayor and council members that violates state law. If he's not required to change it before the budget is adopted, he most likely won't even change it. So I needed to go on record with that there are illegal salaries in the budget. So there's another reason why we need to have a broader conversation. But at any rate, if we can, Madam Mayor, someone said move on. No, we're doing the people.
A question for either the city manager or perhaps the interim finance director who I see in the audience. Could you describe specifically the illegal raise that I'm set to receive? I'd love to know how much I'm going to be taking home that's in violation of our...
I'm going to allow the finance,
Okay,
interim
I
finance
appreciate it
director.
because I'm looking forward to what I'm getting.
Oh, my gosh, please.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Okay, let me just pull this up for you. So this is going back to the original budget book, the second one actually, where it was condensed. It was not detailed. And so
Thank you.
let me just bring this up. So there were no increases to council, it wasn't detailed, so it was aggregated. That will be changed, but a lot of these changes, they take time to do in the budget book. If you look at other council or other cities, it takes about 30 days to update everything. So when I'm making updates, I can update the page, but it takes a lot of time to do that. So that's why you haven't seen an updated budget book. We have made some changes, and I'm doing details where you can see them, and I understand that you want to see them, but you're not going to see them it's going to take me, I'm doing this by myself, it's going to take me two to 4 weeks to get this all done. Not that your considerations are not being heard, they are, this is me by myself doing it on my own. But I am hearing you, and I understand the things that you want, and I'm listening. And we had a conversation today as well, all the changes that need to be made. And you will get the book that you adopt. That's why we're having this, so that it can all be on the record, and so that I go back to it and all the changes will be made. But
So Ms. Cartwright, so what is the council salary for the 2020?
Okay, so let's go, I'm going to go to, I'm not sure who Ward A is, but we're going to start there. Okay, so salaries is 16.
Right, so no
Okay.
change there?
No.
No raises?
No, sir.
Okay.
Let me go to the next one. And I know I heard you say defined benefits. That's pension. So if you don't want a pension, I can make sure that gets zeroed out. I just want you to understand that the pension is defined benefits. Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean.
So it's
All right, so-
16,000 for that council member as well?
Yes.
Okay. You don't have to go through all of them. I don't see any raises for council, illegal raises for council. I was very concerned. I think language like illegal is pretty serious in the city government. So thank you for that. And then there's been some discussion of illegal raises within the city manager's office. Can you talk about that?
Sure, I can bring that up. So you'll see that I started itemizing that per request of everyone. So here's the city manager's salary, the deputy city manager. And as you can see, I brought in 711, but the actual dollar amount is 724,000. So you're considering your management analyst, your senior management analyst, your assistant to the city manager, the assistant city manager, deputy city manager, as well as the city manager. So there's-
Are any of those salaries increasing, or is there a proposal to increase those
that's
existing
current
salaries?
salary. That is the current salary. If
Right.
there's an increase, that was not budgeted.
Okay, so there are no salary increases
No.
proposed in this budget?
No, Councilman Friedland.
Okay, I was concerned because I had heard that said, and, illegal salary increases are inappropriate.
So.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
She has to
Before you
correct herself.
finish. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay, it's okay.
Councilman Freely, did you have your question answered? Yes. Councilwoman Martin Rogers?
Thank you, and thank you so much for clarifying that you are going to itemize mayor and council's budget, but I'm referring to the budget that was provided to us, in which I went on record a few times with page 36 is the Ward A council members account. No, the one that we have in our possession, not the
Right.
new itemized one.
Right.
It has two line items here. The personnel service and employee benefits, $19,030, and then purchase services for $19,250,000, making it appear as if it's a $38,280 salary increase. It's throughout the budget for all of mayor and council, except for the other Ward A council members account, in which everything is broken out and itemized.
Right.
So it does appear as if there are some salary adjustments in mayor and council's budget based upon this document here. My second point is this. Per the charter, the city manager's office only gets a deputy city manager. Last year, an assistant city manager was budgeted, and it may or may not have come before this council. However, these other two positions are illegal. The senior management analyst and the management analyst, those two positions are not in our charter, and they are supposed to come before council and be voted on. So I don't even know why these two positions are in the budget, because I've attended every single council meeting, and neither of these positions have been brought before council. So we can start there with taking those two positions out of that budget because they haven't been voted on by council. That takes a vote of council. In the city charter, and it's a deputy city manager is all his office gets, and maybe an executive assistant. So you see why we need further discussion about this budget. I think that everyone has, I don't want to say that I'm exhausted, because I'm not. There are still some issues within this budget that I have even emailed you about. For instance, you can either get Social Security, or what was the other benefit that you mentioned?
The pension.
The pension. You can't get both, but it appears in the budget for everyone that we are getting Social Security and the pension benefit. That's not correct. You
Well,
can
it's
either
not
get one or the
defined.
other.
It's not.
The defined benefit.
Right, it's
You
not
can either get
itemized.
one or the other. Also, there's workers' comp in the budget for part-time council members. How do we get workers' comp for part-time council members?
Well, that's something that gets pulled over from human resources. I'm going based off of what's being put into the system.
Yeah,
So-
there was a question about workers' comp being in the budget. I'm also in the budget for getting the city's insurance. I have insurance. That should come out. It's still so many questions that I know that I have about this budget. Also, the missing revenues from the pages that I mentioned earlier. We talked about the swimming pool. The swimming pool is listed as being in Ward D. That's in Ward B. There's still so much more conversation to have about this, and I cannot approve this budget tonight, but I am willing to, I'm going to yield. That was the last, that's all I have to say. And thank you so much for answering my questions, and thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Caldwell, and then Councilwoman Hemming, and then Councilman Atkins.
So a couple of things, just for clarification, and the reason that this notion of illegal, unexplained, that's why I make sure I say all of it, salaries comes up, is because when we got the budget book, as Councilmember Martin Rogers stated, everything was together. There were too many consolidated lines. My line item, $51,000, a lot higher than the rest of the council members. I had no idea as to why, because I know what my paycheck says. And that's why it was important that we clarify and itemize those things so that we could explain to the community why there's such a drastic and stark difference between our budgets. Now, in regards to the salary piece, this was a question that I put on the spreadsheet where I asked several departments reflect increases in salary expenditures in the proposed budget. However, the specific position, salary adjustment, or overall impact of these increases have not been clearly identified or presented to council. And your response was there was an evergreen study that was done. So there was one agreement that there is a salary increase in some of the department's budget, but the reason it was there was because of an evergreen study that came before council last year. And I specifically asked for the documentation of that evergreen study just to make sure if we said we were going to increase rates by 2%, then that's what was reflected in the budget. I can read you your response.
No, I hear you. So if you want the evergreen study, you want it for every single department then? Is that what you're saying?
Well, for the ones that had an increase, one, there was the increase. I mean, I thought you just said to Councilmember Freely that there weren't any increases in the budget.
He's talking about council members.
And he also mentioned the city manager's department.
There was no, let me see.
And the biggest thing, I don't think we need to harp on it, but there are increases in the budget that are unexplained, and I asked for documentation around that I've not received.
Well, I mean, you know, I'm working on the budget. There's just one of me. So if I understand what you're saying and you want an evergreen study and all that information, but that's a lot of work. And I don't think you understand the kind of work that goes behind it.
I got it. I'm just saying where the concerns are coming from, and when residents say, why is there such a drastic difference between salaries from previous year to this year, and we have no way of explaining that, and those questions are posed to you all, that's where the disconnect comes into play.
I hear what you're saying as far as the differences in salaries, but if you go back in time and look at the salaries, a lot of the salaries weren't even correctly allocated. You'll have salaries for, I'm going to use the police department because they're a prime indication. You're going to have overtime, this budget at $500,000 when every year they've been spending over $2 million. That's improper budgeting. I'm trying to give you what is really out there, and that is what it is. I'm not going to give you a salary line that you're used to seeing. I'm going to give you a salary line that is being properly forecasted. And I'm not here to place blame, but this is how I was taught, and I'm going to give you what's transparent because you deserve that to be able to tell the community, why did the salaries line go up? Because it has not been properly forecasted in the past. Now, I understand you want to itemization to see that, and that's where we're headed, but
I'm today was good, just to show us there's 2 new positions in the city manager's department that weren't voted on by council that are there, that is causing, what we see is there's a $186,000 increase between last year and this year, and the question was why? That was the initial question. It's been 3 months, and we just got to a place of showing the reason why is because there's 2 new positions added. And so now we can go back to policy to say, how should these positions be created? And just make sure that we're taking the right steps to include them. If there's a need for those positions, city managers should come before council, ask for them, and we can help create those positions.
I understand that, but those 2 positions you're talking about, one of them has been in place for 8 years. So if that position has never been created, the senior budget or senior management, she's been in her role for 8 years.
Where is it in the ordinance?
That she's been in that role?
That the position lives under the city manager.
I'm just giving you what I know. I can just only give you what I know.
Ultimately, what I'm saying is it's helpful to even see these breakdowns so we can see where there's policy gaps and what we need to do to fix them so it doesn't look like it's something that's unexplained.
Okay.
My mic wasn't working, so I'm going to just come up here if you don't mind and share. So I'm going to be clear. I have not created any positions in the city manager's office since I arrived last March. The positions that I think I'm just hearing now, senior management analyst and the assistant city manager position, those positions were in the city manager's office before March of 2026. So, or 25. I forget the years. But so those are not new positions. And even in the tracker where that was mentioned, I provided documentation as a vacancy report that was given to City Council, I think it was last year, where the assistant city manager recruitment process was underway, and it was clearly identified in the vacancy report, which is independently done by the Human Resources Department and provided to City Council at that time. The senior management analyst position had existed and was filled when I came on board. So I think I had just talked to city attorney. We're trying to figure out where there may be some miscommunication. I think previous city managers, when they've created these positions, they've got them approved through the budget process, and we talked about maybe there needs to be an additional process so that it's clear for City Council. But again, I have not created those. I've just filled and closed my vacancies, which were presented to me in my vacancy reports. So all of those positions were clearly identified. The deputy city manager, I handled that recruitment. The assistant city manager, I handled that recruitment. And those were the 2 vacancies in my department. Everything else had been there, and those employees have been there. Yeah.
Madam Mayor.
Actually, the city manager answered my question. There were discussions about positions being created in the city manager's office, and I was just going to ask him the questions, but he's already given the answer, because he did not hire the assistant to the city manager. That person was there. He did not hire the senior analyst. That person was there. He did not hire the analyst. That person was there. Janisa Elias, who was an employee here at the city of East Point, served as both the deputy city manager and the assistant city manager. Both of those positions were already there. There was no creation of positions, and so I'm hearing that there were positions that were created illegally or staffed illegally, and we've had tons of conversations around the assistant city manager's position, and perhaps Councilman Caldwell, that was prior to you coming on board, but every position in the city manager's office was here when he got here. Every single one of them. I yield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the benefit of the community, I want to read into the record, these are minutes from February 5th, 2001. I am not suggesting that this was legislation to authorize any positions, but I just want the public to hear this. So February 5th, 2001, item number 9 says, Mayor Patsy Jo Hilliard said she would like a comprehensive look at the public relations firm. She asked when the audit would be completed, and she would like the management report. She asked David Lackey, Director of Community Services, that whenever the meeting regarding the overlay district is held, that all citizens affected by this change be included. And then it goes on. She said she and Assistant City Manager Robert Taylor had gone to a meeting last week regarding the governor's water bill, and the concern is that there's not a lot of representation from municipalities. So council research could at least give the opportunity to investigate whether or not some of these positions have been created. February 5th, 2001. So I heard the city manager say that there's a vacancy report. I've looked at other municipalities, and what I understand is when you pass a budget, you also pass a personnel report or record that outlines the existing positions and the opportunity to increase positions. In the budget book we have, there are several pages that show a table of where the modifications or amendments have been made in a particular department. Also, there has been lots of comments made that certain council members have itemized budgets, and I want the record to reflect how that happened because I'm really concerned about the mischaracterization. We got a budget book that had a detailed report, and it listed out each code number and each itemized line in version 1 of the budget book. If you go back to the meeting where it was presented, every council member got it. It was a book, thick, and it was sizable. In that, you were able to see that for my department, which I believe is 1112, that there were items that I have been bringing before council since January that specifically were about our ability to have additional professional fees and services and what I thought was an inflated education and travel budget. I did my due diligence, which was to read that document in full detail. I sent an email to the city manager and the interim finance director, and I said, based on the read of this ordinance and based on the charter, I don't feel comfortable with the monies that are associated with my department of having anything that remotely reflects things that go beyond the charter. We then followed up, and there was a meeting where I asked the city attorney very detailed questions. I asked her about what was allowable by charter, what was allowable by ordinance, and what was allowable by state. You can go back and review those minutes. After that, I sent a request to the city manager, which all council have the opportunity to do, and I said, hey, I don't feel comfortable with these items being associated with me, please remove them. And that's what happened. And I said, here's a table that reflects things that I understand to be allowable by charter and ordinance. So I would like to be very clear about the mischaracterizations of a certain council member getting preferential treatment. It is exhausting. The truth is, I did my due diligence and I did my homework for each budget book that's been presented to us. We have heard from this presentation alone that the mischaracterizations of these positions are misunderstandings, and misunderstandings happen. But I am concerned that council members are continuing to put forth suggestions that our city manager or any other his staff are attempting to do illegal things in the budget. If there are any items that are, quote, illegal, it should be reflected for the record that I've been asking the city attorney about professional fees and services for not just the city council, but the mayor's office and all of us. So if your concern is that these things aren't itemized, the interim finance director showed us that she's in the process and also told us it was going to take 30 days. So if your vote is conditional on all of these positions being itemized, then that suggestion means that we're not voting on this budget for another 30 days. The city manager has just made it clear that we are going to be further hamstringing the opportunity to deliver services by moving from a 12-year budget to a 12-month budget to an 11th month budget. I don't think that's fair to the staff or the residents of this community. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Thank you, and please allow the record to reflect that per the city charter, there's a deputy city manager position in it. The assistant city manager was brought before council, and we voted on it. However, the senior management analyst and the management analyst, those positions require a budget amendment, which were never brought before council. Number two, we want to talk about a detailed report, and what I find most interesting is the council members' budget is itemized. Number one, I'm sorry, I have the floor. I have the floor. Rule 15. What I find most interesting is said council member is stating that no one did their due diligence. However, she has said that she sent an email to the city manager. She did all of these things except for inform other council members. This is what my budget looks like. You all should probably have a look at it. You all should probably ask these questions that I've asked of the city manager. That didn't happen. But we always want to talk about collaboration and not seeking help or assistance from other council members. But that's the first thing that should have happened. When you noticed that was in the budget, you should have put all of us on notice, like you've done with every other email with the other 4 council members that you've constantly communicated with, isolating us. And number 2, all council members should have had the opportunity to go through their budgets and say, Mr. City Manager, please take this out. I'm not getting insurance. Do you know how many times I had to email to say, please remove these items from the budget, and they still appear? Quite a few times. The other thing with this budget is council members have initiatives that I don't even see reflected in this budget at all. But at any rate, I will yield after this time, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Mitchell.
Yeah, I kind of somewhat take offense because I believe this has come up before, that actually what was taken out, or it could be a misunderstanding. I think there was a misunderstanding on a council member's part. They may have taken something out of their budget that was allowable. This has come up multiple times. I mean, you may take your money for travel and training and communications, and that's perfectly fine. But you know, misunderstandings happening. So you know, that's not such a thing. But guys, it is getting late. I just want to state that. Can we please take this vote, Madam Mayor? Thank you.
Floor to waive the first read, and this was the discussion, so I think that we're ready for the question, so I think we could call the question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? No.
So the sick.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, please do a roll call.
Councilmember Hemming.
Aye.
Councilmember Freely.
Aye.
Councilmember Atkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Ziegler. I just heard her say aye through my laptop that I had just laid down, so she's an aye. Thank you. Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Mitchell. Councilmember Caldwell.
No.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
No.
The motion failed.
Thank you, Council. The next item is item number 3, council discussion and possible action on the MCT transfer resolution authorizing temporary transfer of municipal competitive trust funds to the Power Enterprise Fund for year 2027 budget stabilization process and for other lawful purposes. Okay, that's the item.
Madam Mayor,
Yes?
I'd like to make a motion to open the floor for council discussion and possible action on MCT transfer resolution authorizing the temporary transfer of municipal competitive trust funds to the Power Enterprise Fund for FY27 budget stabilization purposes and other lawful purposes.
Second.
We have a second. Is there any discussion? I just have a question.
I do have a question as well.
I have a question. Is this the first time that this item has been on the agenda?
No, it is
No?
not.
Okay. And then go ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell.
So I guess 2 questions. Is this is to imbalance, to balance the electric funds. So this is one way of doing it. The other thing that we were looking into was the rate study for FY27. That would give us the information we need to know where we need to be from a rate perspective so that we don't have to tap into our MCT fund. Can you tell me where we are on the rate study?
Yeah, I can, and I also want to clarify, your question was phrased incorrectly. So the MCT fund transfer is based on operations and balancing that budget. The ability to go into MCT, you have to have a strategy on repayment. The repayment strategy is the rate study information that we're supposed to be looking at next week. So they promised us next week. I see you're nodding your head, but yeah, that is true.
I spoke with Holly at MEAG, and she confirmed that you do not have to have a repayment policy to the MCT fund. She actually stated the way that our funds are structured, we can use them at any time. There is no repayment policy needed.
And I would agree, the word is strategy, so that's why it's important when you speak with them that you're really clear and concise on the words you use. So strategy is what you should have, and if you recall, the 2 presentations that we received from Mr. Scholl, who came in, and he said you cannot just go into those funds without a strategy on repayment. And so if you don't, then we'll wind up having the same challenges that we have with our reserve funds by not having an actual strategy for repayment.
I specifically asked that question because I wanted to
I would
understand.
say if there's a policy, excuse me, I'm sorry, if the word policy, I would agree with her. You don't need a policy. You do need a strategy. You do need to have some way to repay that. You don't have to have it in any kind of term like 3 years or 4 years, but you should have some type of strategy to repay.
So you mentioned first that we needed a strategy, and what I specifically asked, not about a policy, I just asked if the money had to be repaid, and she said no.
So there's no law that says you have to repay.
Exactly.
It's prudent and financially responsible to have a strategy to repay, which is, again, had been shared with this council at least 2 times during this budget process. Again, I just invite to go look at those presentations from ECG, and that is a clear statement made on both of those situations. But again, this transfer has nothing to do with changing the rates or doing the rates. This is all about balancing the budget.
Got it. I just want to go on the record to say this piece. There's a $6 million imbalance that we need to make whole with MCT funds. We are in the midst of waiting on this rate study that will tell us what we need from an operational standpoint and what we need to charge residents so that we can cover all operational costs. For whatever reason, the rate study has been paused, and maybe that's what I was asking, like, what is the update on the rate study? But there is a strategy for how the $6 million imbalance would balance itself out through the rate study. But yes, this could be temporary funds.
And to be clear, there was a slight pause that we corrected and tasked ECG to get back on that last month, and they gave me the second week in July And I believe I also reported that to City Council.
Any more discussion on this item?
Madam Mayor, I think we're only in for discussion on opening the floor for discussion. So can we just vote to open the floor and let the city manager present?
So all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. It's open for the city manager to present.
I think my previous response is pretty much, yeah, that's pretty much what I wanted to share. Again, we've talked about a number of the reasons why there's some operational challenges. I presented this in June 1st. Again, we need to have this to balance the power department. So while we balance every other department within the city, departments have to balance within themselves, particularly when they're enterprise funds. And so this is required to balance power. It's not going to be balancing any other enterprise outside of power. And that covers that imbalance, which has been stated a couple times tonight.
So, sorry, Madam Mayor, just another question for the city manager. So your request to us tonight is to authorize this transfer resolution? Or approve the transfer resolution, authorizing the action?
Yes, sir. Oh, okay, there we go.
I'm in. No, it's not. I'm in for discussion. Yeah, I'm in for discussion. Yes, and the issue that I have with this is we don't have a budget. I think that first we need a revised budget, and then we can talk about the transfer of MCT funds. So I'd like for us to think about that first. We need a balanced budget first before we talk about budget transfers. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hemming.
Yes, thank you. I think we just heard from the city manager that this ordinance is so that he can propose a balanced budget. And if I remember from a previous discussion, delivering the budget to us with the imbalance noted was intentional, because I remember from a presentation by the city manager that these transfers had been made without council awareness in the past. And so the reason why we have an ordinance before us to allow this transfer is an acknowledgement from the city council that we are operating a deficit in our electric fund. So in order for the conversation to continue, we have to make the appropriate transfer. So as colleagues said during the lengthy budget discussion that we've just had, that we would have the opportunity for the city manager to balance the budget. Mr. City Manager, can you confirm whether or not that is the reason for this legislation?
That is absolutely the reason.
Okay. With that, colleagues, I move to allow the MCT transfer resolution authorizing the temporary transfer of MCT funds to the power enterprise for FY 2027 budget stabilization purposes and other lawful purposes.
Second for discussion.
Okay, can you have a second? Okay, Councilwoman, Member Atkins.
Yes, thank you. Mr. City Manager, the amount, I know that Councilmember Caldwell mentioned the $6 million, but in this document, in this proposed budget, at that time that it was prepared, it was $5.9 million. Has that number changed?
That number has not changed as of yet. We continue to add on another month to fiscal year 2026, that could change.
Okay, yeah, that was really why I was asking the question. So do we know about how much that could change?
I wouldn't be able to answer that right offhand. I would like to double check with finance and do a recalculation.
And I would imagine that is probably why your request of us is simply to approve the transfer authorization, because the number is probably going to change because we have yet to pass the budget, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Ziegler and then Councilman Mitchell.
Thank you. So I think bouncing off of what I believe Councilman Atkins was saying, so what would be the other lawful things that we would be looking to use this MCT money for?
So MCT,
Other than the money to make the power department whole?
so MCT is initially set up for emergency type of expenditures. They can be anything that could affect ordinarily having to raise, I'm sorry, there's a delay. It's throwing me off. But anything that would require us to raise rates for some type of emergency, this is a fund that is intended to help stabilize short-term type of emergencies. But MCT can be used for operations. It can be used for capital. It's flexible in that type of use. But again, it's a temporary, short-term type of answer. It should not be used for ongoing operational issues or demands. It is kind of a stopgap measure while the enterprise can develop long-term strategies to fix those, whatever those situations are.
Okay, thank you. And I heard something about needing to repay back into the MCT account. What kind of a timeline are we looking at that would have to make the MCT account whole after we take out money there?
Got you. So one of the things that we will be discussing in the next several weeks is a rate study that ECG is working on right now. And so it is likely that whenever we start talking about where we are with our rates, that we build in some type of repayment measure to replace the funds that we're taking out of MCT. The good thing is we can build the term as short or as long as we need it to be economical for our ratepayers.
Okay, so to me, this sounds like we're robbing Paul to pay Peter. And I really hate that as a solution to try to make sure that our city can continue operating efficiently, especially when we know that we can make some easy decisions like going back to the summer rates, which are already in the ordinance for, which, by the way, I don't think that even what we did to suspend that was lawful, because we would probably have to rewrite that ordinance to not abide by it. Okay, so it sounds like we will be borrowing money from ourselves. And do we know how much money that would be?
So, Councilman Atkins was kind of getting at this. So we estimated that to be 5.8 million. That number will probably be less than that because we're going into, by the time we finally start 2027, it won't be July 1st. But what that also translates into, which we haven't brought before council, is a MCT transfer that we need for the current FY26. So if I recall, that was around 2.6 million. I'm going off of my memory. So it was somewhere around that number. That number will probably go up because we haven't been able to close out 2026 yet. So there'll probably be another MCT transfer once we finally get 2026 closed out. But until then, we won't know exactly what we will need. And so some of the special events that we had just went through required staff, and we're already underwater in power. So we know that those numbers are just going to get bigger, especially if staff is being required to do blackouts or any kind of overtime issues that might come out, that might happen before we actually officially close out 26.
Okay, thank you. I just think that this is a really bad way to do our accounting. I know that this is what council has put ourselves in, and that we've kind of put you in a bad spot, Mr. City Manager, in that we are not able to make a wise decision on how to make incremental increases on our residents instead of big ones. Because this rate study that's going to come out is going to show that we're going to have a pretty big increase since all the energy uses and supply, demand, cost, all that is going to go up. This is a really bad spot to be in, where we have to borrow from ourselves in order to make ourselves whole. And I really hope that the rest of the city council understands that this is not the way to do business, and that this really puts ourselves in a bad spot. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hemming.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd actually like to amend my motion based on the discussion, because what I heard from the discussion is that this number may change up or down based on when the reports are pulled. So Section 1 currently says that we would authorize, and it's very specific, $5,946,013. And so what I would like to see amended in this resolution is that the City Council hereby authorizes the temporary transfer of MCT funds in an amount not to exceed $6 million to the Power Enterprise Fund for FY 2027 budget stabilization purposes. That would allow the number to go up or down, reflecting what happens as we continue to negotiate the budget.
My second still stands.
Discussion. Yes, I just want to make sure before we put a hard number not to exceed, would that suffice the temporary? I know I went to the restaurant. I'm just making sure before we vote on the number. So, and that's if we don't pass the budget within a 30-day period, you gave us a figure of how much that might go up.
So with this particular resolution, I'm comfortable with this because this particular number only goes down with the longer we take. So this is for fiscal year 27, and so this is based on the 12-month outlook. We obviously might be going into a 11-month outlook, so that number is going to be less required. Now, what's going to happen is the other MCT transfer that we will be bringing forward once we close out 26, and that number is going to go up, and we had anticipated 2.6 million on that.
So just really quick, the motion was to increase the 5.8 to 6 million, but you're saying that number will go down.
Yeah, that one is possibly will go down the longer we take to pass the budget.
So can we just keep it the same? And for safety reasons, instead of increasing?
It's always better to ask for more and not need it as to not have enough and then have to come back to council. So if if we know that the year is going to shorten, this is FY '27, it's already shortened by a week, right? So it's not a big deal
So it's
so far.
prorated.
But, you know, as time goes by, it could get shorter, right?
So technically, there's no possible way we will need more money since the more time.
Yeah,
I mean, the way you're explaining it.
Yeah, 6.6
Okay.
million should be solid for '27. I just want to let council know that you haven't seen '26 yet, only staff has, but that '26 number, we had estimated at that time that we last did the numbers at 2.6, and that's for FY.
Yeah, I was referring to the 5.8. I said, the way you just explained it, the longer it takes, the more that figure will decrease. Correct.
Will go down.
Okay.
Yeah, the
And
longer-
when we look at this 2.6, so if, I guess,
And that's not in this resolution.
okay.
Yeah.
And what does that, like I said, I had to run to the restroom. So this 2.6 plus will, hold on really quick. This is for stabilizing purposes too, and this is for FY 2027.
The 2.6 will be for FY '26. And FY '26, when it gets closed out, you'll see another transfer come before you.
Okay, I think I had that backwards. Okay, I thought, okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank
Yeah,
you.
you just got to.
Okay, cool. It's starting to make a little bit of sense now. I appreciate it.
Is there any more discussion? So at this point, the pending motion is to approve the MCT transfer resolution authorizing the temporary transfer of the Municipal Competitive Trust Fund to the Power Enterprise Fund for FY '27 budget stabilization purposes as amended to provide that the transfer shall not exceed $6 million. That is the motion on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes. So, so that motion passes. Do I now need to state the full motion? Okay, because we've already done it. Okay, thank you. Okay, so number 4. Discussion and possible action on the potential grant funds for the auditorium. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Madam City Clerk, if you don't mind pulling up the presentation. On a much lighter note. So I know we've talked about making renovations to our city auditorium that has sat dormant for quite some time. So what I wanted to do was the Fox Theater, they have a program, it's called Fox Gives, and it's a grant program, and it's for revitalization of historic theaters across Georgia. Since 2008, the program, they've awarded about roughly $4.7 million in financial assistance through single-year and multi-year grants. It provides vital funding for restoration projects that drive economic growth and cultural impact. In addition to the financial support, grantees, they may receive professional development opportunities through seminars and industry workshops. So waiting on her to pull up the, there we go. Okay, you can go to the next slide. So they have two different types of grants. All right, so there are two types of grants that they have. There's the single year And they give this grant program, it's awarded funding for the historic theater organizations. All single-year grants are awarded on an annual basis with the grant process beginning in July, and it ends June of the following year. So they have different types of categories for those grants. The first one is preservation and facilities grant. This grant, it secures an engineering and or architectural team, acquisition of historic property, renovation or alterations of an existing property. It also affords you opportunity to purchase an installation of equipment such as assisted listening access, seating, listening devices, staging, etc. Second type of grant that they have is a technical service grant. For that one, you do organization development and developing partnerships with the community, planning and operations towards sustainability, developing leadership and effectiveness for staff and board members, and guidance on technology. Also to help you with developing a website or ticketing system, etc. Third type of single-year grant is the historic and structure and studies planning grants. This grant affords you an opportunity to obtain professional contractors or teams to review overall conditions of your existing structure. It allows you to hire for a preservation architect or hire a consultant to develop the conservation plan for archives and collections. The last grant is an urgent emergency needs grant. This one helps you, this assists with fire, water damage from any type of natural disaster. General repair posing an immediate threat to the structure or imminent demolition or an option to purchase a structure. Then they also have your multi-year grant. This grant, it's a grant initiative funds a single organization. It's over 2 to 4 years, ensuring the long-term sustainability and a lasting impact on historic theaters. Next slide. So this grant, they have just an example of some of the different cities that have taken advantage of this. There was Seven Stages Theater, which is in the city of Atlanta. For the year, they did this single grant, and they got 2017-18, $50,000, 22-23, $25,000, total $75,000. Abbeville Opera House, it's in Abbeville, South Carolina. They got $25,000. Next slide. The Arts and Cultural Authority of Claxton and Evans County, they got a total amount of $201,500. Art Center of Moultrie, Georgia, they got $64,000. And these are examples of the single year grant program. Next slide, please. So I did have an opportunity to go inside of our existing auditorium, and this is kind of a couple photos. The first one is the left side, second one is the right side, and the third one is going to be middle. And there's a lower level and a balcony level that's there. So this is current for the most part. I mean, the building, I think itself, it has really good bones. There's a downstairs area that has restrooms and I guess dressing areas, and the electrical and fire piping system is down there as well. So this is what it currently looks like, and what I did was I kind of put it in with the help of AI and just sort of did a reimagine so we can kind of see what it would look like. Next slide, please. Same structure, kind of put it there, kind of have that theme, sort of like what the old Fox Theater looks like. So I thought it'd be a really good opportunity for us to seize the moment with this. Next slide, and this is just kind of a more step back view of it. But the railing area, that's actually the balcony, and then down on the floor. So just with that, just throw in the seating for it. And this is what our current auditorium looks like and what it could eventually be as well. Last and final slide. So access to this online grant portal, it went live on June 8th, and the deadline is July 31st, 2026. So my ask this evening is to have the director city manager to direct staff to look into this grant opportunity for the city of East Point. I know we do have money allocated in the budget to do some of the renovations to the auditorium. But I mean, if we can use somebody else's money, that's always a good thing as well. So that'd be my ask for this evening, just to have the city manager to direct staff to take a deeper delve into this item. That's it, so that's my motion.
Okay, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, so item number 5. Councilman Atkins?
Thank you. Council members, you know that the Kairos Meraki development team has come before this body to talk about the East Point Exchange project, particularly the path. And I did have this put on the calendar or the agenda just to give an update. The developers' attorneys have worked with our attorneys to come up with or drafting the redevelopment agreement. There were some things that our attorney wanted to make sure the city was fine with, and so she's had conversations with City Manager Jones and also with the other pertinent team members here at the City of East Point. However, last week was a holiday week, and the attorneys for the developers were away, so we have not finished that. And I just wanted to put this on the agenda to let you know that the attorneys are working. And Madam City Attorney, if there's anything that you'd like to add that I may have omitted, please do.
Don't think there's anything you omitted as far as the progress. I would let you know that you will be seeing soon, like, more detail about what it will look like and the buy-in needed from the city. I know you guys passed the P3 resolution, which was the start, but there will be additional documents coming your way. They meet every Wednesday. I try to make those 5:30 meetings, and I think that you'll be very pleased with the work that has been done by the groups to ensure that the PATH project is something you and your citizens can be proud of, especially since this will be funded, will reimburse with taxpayer funds.
Thank you so much for that information. And colleagues, if you have any questions, I'll try to answer them, or the city attorney, or Mr. Jones, City Manager Jones. Okay, great.
I think that, who's blinking? Is that coming? Is it your light?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, yeah, that's coming.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
To real estate.
Madam Mayor, I have one personnel.
Do I have a motion for executive session to reconvene, or to close for executive session?
So moved.
Oh, I can't have the motion. Somebody else has to have the motion. Thank you. Do you have a second? Okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay. There's the motion. Okay. Can I have a motion to proceed as discussed in the executive session regarding 599 Ware Avenue?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, may I have a motion to proceed as discussed in executive session regarding the Prost case?
So moved.
It's been moved in second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Madam Mayor,
Councilwoman Hemming.
could you restate the address for the Ware Avenue property?
5099?
15.
1599.
So, Madam
So we
City,
have a, go,
could we correct that to,
I will note it as a Scrivener's error and the clerk did correct that in the minutes that it's 1599.
thank you, Madam Mayor.
okay, thank you, Madam City Attorney, okay. Can I have a motion to adjourn? That was it.
Motion to
Approve the minutes?
Oh, can I have a
I'd like to
motion to
make a
approve?
motion to approve the executive session meeting minutes.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Ayes have it, motion passes.
Motion,
Yes.
Second.
Been moved in second. All those in favor?
aye.
All those opposed? Ayes have it.